and they didn't fix it.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So when we had the annual report discussion last year, it was raised as the issue, and like Chair saying, they were supposed to fix it. But another year went by, and a similar finding is still there in terms of frivolous and wasteful. So they didn't fix it for another year. So that is
problem.
Excuse me, Chair?
The problem.
The problem in terms of in relation to the part-time commissioners with the timesheets and those things. So so another year by, and they didn't fix it.
They need to fix it.
Yes, Jay. But that's what I'm saying. It's been 2 years now.
One of the reasons that they have that finding from the AG's office is precisely that.
Yes, Jay. Okay.
From the AG's office.
So that was the bulk of the frivolous and wasteful expenditure that was disclosed, and the others was around the policy change on the medical subsidy for staff. There was and the housing subsidy thing as well. And then there was 132,000 rand incurred from a staff member who had an accident. And the money was then a liability for the commission. So in total, there was 1.4 million in frivolous and wasteful expenditure for this year. And I've just taken here from what the Audit and Risk Committee had said. They said these findings were reported as recurring, pointing to a slow response in preventing the cause of frivolous and wasteful and irregular expenditure at the Commission. That the CGE had not addressed the irregular expenditure on the award of contracts and were unduly split to avoid procurement regulations and the payment of salaries to employees who were appointed contrary to recruitment policies. So the ARC also then does highlight that there's a slow response in preventing the causes of frivolous and wasteful and irregular expenditure. Then I just highlighted the spending on commissioners program.
That problem is from the administration side or from the governance structure?
It's a combination, Chair, because some of the things fall in supply chain, some of the things fall in governance. It's just, I think in general, there's a from what we've seen for this financial year, in terms of checks and balances, they are not being done. And so a lot of things have fallen through the cracks. Okay. In terms of, this was a lengthy discussion that we had last year around the spending, because in terms especially of the money that was paid to part-time commissioners and those things. So I just highlighted that year again from the discussion from last year. So in total, 7.8 million was spent on salaries and wages for the commissioners program. But now of that, obviously this 1 million was then frivolous and wasteful expenditure in relation to the lack of timesheets, etc. So I've put here that this was a concern raised by the committee in the previous financial year, and recommendations were made by the committee. However, this continued for the year under review. So the problem this time was that I think last year it was fairly clear to kind of work out in terms of calculations where the money had gone and what had gone wrong. But for this year, that 1 million rand that was incurred in respect of payments made with no timesheets, we couldn't actually do it, or I couldn't do it, because some of the commissioners became full-time commissioners in the course of this past financial year. So when you look at what's in the annual report in terms of who was paid what, you can't actually work out the total or who all got a part of this 1 million rand. There are, I think, 2 part-time commissioners, excluding the new ones. There are 2 part-time commissioners that are on the list in the annual report, but that doesn't add up to the million. So I don't know in terms of the transfer or the change where people became full-time commissioners, if part of the money also went to them as part-time commissioners. So basically, in terms of this 1 million, I'm not able to say who got what in terms of this million. Then I just quickly kind of worked out based on the figures that we had. So if someone was working for 100 hours based on the daily rate, then they would be earning an annual basic salary of around 561,000 and an average monthly salary of 46,000 as a part-time commissioner.
Are they all in, Nelly?
Good morning, Chair. Yes, they are in.
Okay. Good morning, honorable members and the commissioners.
Good morning, Chair.
Is there anyone from the department? I can see
No.
Ntokozo is here. Good morning, Ntokozo.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson.
From the department, is that DG in?
No, Chairperson, they don't attend this CGE. We did not invite them.
We did not invite them. Okay.
No, Chair. They normally don't attend this.
I don't know from the ARC who's here. ARC from ECGE, there's no one.
Chair, there
So,
is Mr. Nkosini Mashabane. He's an acting chairperson.
Good morning, PC members, colleagues.
Good morning, honorable members. You are all welcome. I declare this meeting officially open. Without any waste of time, let me welcome you all. Chairperson of CGE and Deputy Chair, you are all welcome and a very good morning to all of you commissioners.
Thank you. Okay, Chair, thank you. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members, commissioners from the CGE, and the members of the ARC and my colleagues. I've received, Chair, a number of apologies from three honorable members. One is from Honorable Piri, who's attending the meeting of the Committee on Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, which is taking place at the same time as our committee. I've also received an apology from Honorable Shlengwa. She's attending the meeting on PC on health, and Honorable Sondi, who's with the Basic Education Chair. I've also received apologies from commissioners.
Sondi is overseas.
Honorable Sondi, who has traveled with the Committee on Basic Education to the International Study Tour in Finland. Thank you, Chair. And I've received apologies from three commissioners. One is from Commissioner Mutupi and Commissioner Tuli. They indicated that they have family bereavement. And the other one is from Commissioner Ngoma.
Commissioner Mutupi and Commissioner Tlobat.
Yes, they indicated that they have family bereavement, Chair. And Commissioner Ngoma, she has attended her daughter's graduation, Chair. Those are the apologies that I've received. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Nelly. Okay, let's go straight to, those are the apologies, honorable members. Can we get a mover for the adoption of the apologies?
Thank you, Chair. It's Honorable Shongo. My hair has been up. I'm currently logged into two meetings myself, social development and this one. So please take note of that apology in a case whereby I'm not in the meeting. Thank you.
Let's go straight to the first item.
Thank you, Chair. It will be a briefing by the AG Chair on audit outcomes related on the CGE's audit outcomes from the meeting of the 10th of October, Chair. That came out from the meeting of the 10th. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Nazli?
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning. Chairperson, in terms of the apologies that were received, we've only received 3 apologies from commissioners, but I just want to check, are there any other commissioners that are not online that haven't submitted an apology? And if those can please be noted. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, there is Commissioner Day who has not tendered any apology up to a few minutes ago. We checked. There hasn't been any coming forward, so I don't know if it has been forwarded to your side, because sometimes commissioners also CC Nobatana.
Mpume, ngiyazi ukuthi use-meeting mara ngicela ukuthi find another space ngoba uyangiphazamisa. No. Let's get another apology. Mukhale. You know, we are expecting you today to give us a report regarding the issue of the said commissioner. In our last meeting, we said we took a resolution as a committee, and our resolution was clear with regards to Commissioner, the one that you're talking about, and Commissioner Botha. So as you are going to present to us, we are expecting you to also give us a progress report regarding the 2 commissioners.
Chairperson?
Nazli?
Thank you, Chairperson. I also just want to make it known that the portfolio committee meetings are not a do I want to attend, don't I want to attend. We don't call the CGE every week. They are very much aware of when they are coming to the committee to do quarterly reports or to do annual reports. And so I just want to say that we really need to limit the amount of apologies by commissioners to the portfolio committee. And I understand that the three apologies submitted are valid. And of course, we sympathize with those commissioners that have lost family members. But just as a future note, commissioners really must take our meetings and try and make sure that they're attending as far and as much as possible. Because we expect all the commissioners to be in our meetings and not only a few or a representation of the CGE. Thank you, Chair.
Recording in progress.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sheriff. I think, honorable members, the other thing that we need to check, especially with the full-time commissioners, is whether they are in the office every day or they are having an other, they are working somewhere else, not in CGE. You know, we have experiences where you'll find some of the commissioners, we are not talking about the part-time ones, we're talking about the full-time commissioners. You know, when the chair raises something in a meeting, you must know that the chair has got information that some of the commissioners who are full-time commissioners not part-time, full-time, full-term. I'm saying full-time commissioners are working somewhere else. And we'll also need you, Chair, to give us a report of all your commissioners who have declared their interests. Because why? And last time, in the previous term, before we appointed, we fill in the new vacancies. There were issues of commissioners who did not apply to the chair to grant them permission to do other work whilst they were appointed as full-time commissioners. So we need that record, Chairperson. Because, you know, when we appointed commissioners for full-time positions, those commissioners are expected to be in the office every day. Part-time commissioners, we know that they are working somewhere else, but also when they claim their 100 hours, it must have evidence that they have worked those 100 hours. Because if we don't have that, then that means whatever payment that is done to them, it's a fraudulent payment. I think the other thing that we need to correct from yourselves is when you submit reports of individual commissioners, you need to submit a consolidated report. For you to give us raw reports is just for us to see the information. You know, it's information sharing, but our expectation is for you to submit a consolidated report that has been adopted by yourselves at plenary. I think the other thing that you need to report on today is the Commissioner's Handbook. Today, we're not going to take stories of you saying we haven't finalized your Commissioner's Handbook. But I think one critical matter that keeps coming up, in fact, even the AG has raised, is the issue of the 100 hours. That needs to be clarified to the AG's office so that it must not come up as a finding every time when they do auditing. So we are expecting you as commissioners to give us a policy that you have adopted. Remember, you agreed at plenary that with the issue of 100 hours during COVID era. But I think we, in the last meeting, if not a meeting before the last one, the committee was clear on what needs to be done in terms of the recommendations that we have made. So we're not expecting that today and in the next meeting, we are still going to be grappling in terms of not understanding on what exactly and how are you managing the issue of part-time commissioners hours, because if the AG also has a finding most of every time of saying the 100 hours is irregular, then there's a problem. So I think I thought that these are the critical things that I needed to raise in my opening remarks, so that as you are going to present, you know exactly how to respond as commissioners. I think, if today you are going to tell us that you don't have a report on Commissioner Day, Commissioner Botha, and what was another report that is outstanding? I forgot for now, but I think these two reports, that means you are not doing your work. On Tuesday, we had a meeting with the AG's office, with the Department of Women. When the AG was presenting their report, at some stage, we were like your shop steward, but we are not your shop steward. But things that we have raised with AG, it's things that are factual, that I think today when they present their report, you'll have to listen to the AG's report very attentively and respond accordingly. So this thing of commissioners thinking that they are not accountable to Parliament, it's a dream. Unless I thought that all of you, when we were interviewing you, we did ask you these questions. That the fact that you are appointed by President, it doesn't mean you'll go straight to the President and report in terms of the procedures of Parliament. We are the ones who fill in those vacancies, and you account to President through us. You account to Parliament. And anything that the President will want to know, the President will come straight to the Speaker, and the Speaker will ask the Portfolio Committee, because the Portfolio Committee does the work on behalf of Parliament. Parliament is an institution which has honorable members who does work on its behalf. So I think this must not be an item or an issue that we discuss with you. It's for the last time that we discuss this thing with yourselves. You remember, Chairperson and Deputy Chair, that there were discrepancies with regards to some of the commissioners who were full-time, but practicing outside, doing other work. And this time, we don't want to see those things. We are confident that you will handle those things in a manner that is supposed to be handled according to a policy. So please, no favors. Chair and Deputy Chair, no favors. Treat your commissioners equally so that we don't find ourselves in the situation where we were in the last term. Over to you, Nelly. So what is the first item?
It's the presentation from the AG's office, Chair. Thank you.
Over to you, Ms. Sibisi.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to yourself again. I'll just switch on my camera for the commissioners, and I'm not sure if you can see me. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to yourself. Good morning to the Chairperson of the commission, the deputy chair, the commissioners, the rest of the honorable members that are in the platform. My name is Dokozo Sibisi. I'm the senior manager in the audit of the portfolio for women, youth, and people with disabilities. That also includes the audit of the CGE. With me, Chairperson, in the call today, I have my Deputy Business Unit Leader, Ms. Tintswalo Masia, and I also have the Audit Manager of the CGE, who is Ahmed Kobat. If I can just request through you, Chairperson, for them to also show their faces before we proceed with the presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Tintswalo Masia, as introduced by Ndokozo. I am the Deputy Business Unit Leader from Auditor General. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tintswalo.
Ahmed, if you can come in. Okay. I will proceed, Chairperson, due to time. Perhaps he's having problems with his network. Thanks again, Chairperson, for the opportunity to allow us to come back. As you have correctly said, that we had engagements over the audit outcomes of the CGE on Tuesday with robust discussions, robust engagements, and questions that were also posed to us. So, Chairperson, I will also just request for your guidance as today's presentation. I had only just prepared one slide in response to the few questions that the committee and yourself had on Tuesday, unless if perhaps you want me to go through the presentation for the audit outcomes for the CGE as I did on Tuesday.
Oh, okay, Ndokozo, but I wanted you to speak to the critical matters that you presented to us, especially with regards to the 100 hours. And we are expecting to get your guidance also on what needs to be, what is the expectation and what needs to be done by them so that this matter can be resolved once and for all. Because we can't have this matter being raised each and every financial year, whereas there is something that there is work that needs to be done by CGE.
Okay, no, noted, Chairperson. Then I'll just slide
those critical issues that we raised on Tuesday with you. Yeah, if you have prepared for them, you can speak to them. If there's others that you did not touch on, you can present them today. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, thanks for guidance, Chair. I'll then proceed with my presentation. Please let me know if you can see my slide.
Lady must assist you, ne? If yes, you can't, yeah.
Okay. Sure. Neliso, can you kindly confirm if you can see my slide?
I can see it from my side.
Okay, perfect. I'll just proceed, Chairperson. As per the introduction, today's presentation is mainly to respond to the main issues that we discussed on Tuesday, Chairperson. So in this slide, it's our mission and vision, and I will not go through it in detail again. So here is where I have provided high-level responses, but I'll speak to the issues that we had discussed and the questions that were posed to us in terms of the detail that was requested. So these are some of the issues that we had raised or come through in terms of our audit report. It's expenditure management. So the first issue that we had raised, Honorable Chairperson, was the matter related to through our audit work, we were unable to obtain sufficient audit evidence that public money was spent with the approval of the accounting officer. So there was a question that came from the honorable members to request me to just go through the details in terms of what this finding was about. So this is in relation to an award that was a bid that was awarded. However, we were unable to verify the approval by the accounting officer with regards to this specific bid that was awarded. So in essence, it's basically saying that public money was spent without the approval of the accounting officer. And then the second part, Honorable Chairperson.
Don't forget to move your slide, Dogozo.
Don't forget to
move your slides, because here it only reflects the budgetary review. I think this is your page 1 or the cover page.
Oh, okay.
Through you, Chairperson, maybe also put them on a slideshow, Dogozo.
Okay, thanks, Tintswalo. Are you able to see slide 3? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Apologies for that, Honorable Chairperson. So as I was speaking to the first point, what I was responding to was the first point related to us not being able to inspect or be provided with audit evidence that money was spent with the approval of the accounting officer. In other words, we are unable to obtain an approval from the accounting officer with regards to the bid that was awarded for this specific finding. The next one, under expenditure management, Honorable Chairperson, speaks to effective and appropriate steps that were not taken to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure. This one, in the main, it speaks to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure that would have been identified through our audit process, as well as some of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure that would have been identified by management. So what we are in essence saying here, out of the balance of fruitless and wasteful expenditure that has been disclosed by the Commission, the significant portion of it relates to the payment that was made to the part-time commissioners without timesheets that could be verified, where we could verify the hours. And this is payment relating to the current year. And that's what, in the main, this specific finding was speaking to. There are others, other fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and I believe the details may also be provided by the Commission when they go through the annual report, but this was the most significant fruitless and wasteful expenditure that was incurred in terms of what has been disclosed in the financial statements. So in the current year, Chairperson, with regards to the work or the audit work that we performed around this matter, so this related to payments that were made up until beginning of this year, January, where we were unable to then get timesheets to substantiate the hours. However, post that month, I think it was about February until March, which is falling within the year under review, timesheets were then able to be submitted. And then the second part was also speaking to the part-time commissioner salary, which was also what you had requested about to get more detailed information. But I suppose what I had just explained also covers this part that we wanted to get more explanation on the commissioners, on the part-time commissioners' salary, Honorable Chairperson. In terms of consequence management, there was also a question that came from one of the honorable members because we had raised two audit paragraphs with regards to consequence management, where we were saying that we were unable to obtain sufficient audit evidence that disciplinary steps were taken against officials. So this would be linked to irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure that was incurred in the prior year. So based on the work that we did, we were unable to obtain sufficient evidence that investigations were performed in terms of that irregular expenditure as well as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And thereafter, based on the investigations that would have been performed, consequence management will thereafter need to be instituted against the officials that would have permitted or allowed the fruitless and wasteful expenditure as well as irregular expenditure to be incurred by the commission. So in the main, what we are saying is that we're unable to get sufficient and appropriate audit evidence for us to be able to satisfy ourselves that indeed consequence management is being instituted in the commission. And some of the irregular expenditure, as I would have indicated when I was presenting on Tuesday as well, Chairperson, is that some of it is repeat findings or resulting from repeat findings that we had raised in the prior year. So in essence, it's an indication, or at least some sort of indication that the audit action plan that is implemented or established by management is not adequately monitored for them to be able to say this year we are no longer having such findings. However, what we are finding is that some of the issues are still repeat findings, which means that the audit action plan that is established by the commission is not adequately monitored to make sure that some of these issues or all the issues are not coming up again year after year. So in the main, Chairperson, these are the issues that you wanted more clarity in terms of what exactly transpired, what happened, and what could be done, or what were the root causes. The root causes in the main, we were able to share to say there needs to be strengthened review processes, both from the compliance side in terms of ensuring that all the officials are empowered to know that the legislation, the applicable legislation with laws and regulations, so that we avoid the non-compliance matters that keep reoccurring at the CGE. And also just to ensure that in terms of review processes and policies, making sure that policies are also updated to ensure that some of the updated legislation, for instance, the new framework that has been communicated by National Treasury at the beginning of this year, related to irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful. Those kind of things are kept up to date in the commission, as well as ensuring that in terms of the internal control findings that are raised by internal audit, those findings are implemented. Those findings and those root causes are implemented and prioritized, because when we come after the internal audit process would have already taken place. So ideally, we should not be picking up some of the issues that we are picking up if the internal audit action plan is also being implemented and monitored. So in the main, Chairperson, what we want to just emphasize again from the CGE perspective is just to prioritize and emphasize on strengthening the internal control processes from the review perspective, from updating the policies, from consequence management, to ensure that there is a culture of consequence management so that officials do understand and know that there are consequences for the transgressions that would have led the commission to receive some of these audit findings in their audit report. So I think I'll end it here, Chairperson, and I will allow time for any engagements, or I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Awesome. Can I get hands from honorable members? Okay. Thanks, Mr. There are no hands. Sorry, Masiko?
Yeah, I'm just saying, Chair, that I think we did engage on the areas of concern that have been raised, especially in terms of the issue of consequence management. But most of the questions will go directly to CGE in response to the areas of concerns, Chairperson. One is interested in terms of how is it that they will be dealing with these areas which have been raised, because those are critical areas, Chairperson. If there are no consequences to actions, then it means that things will just go on and you won't find any end in employees who are not held accountable for their actions. So, Chairperson, most of the questions one will reserve for CGE once they have presented. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. Honorable Kaula.
Good morning, Chairperson and Honorable and Nama presenters. But nami ngicabanga ukuthi sengiyabona la nami mangibheka la ukuthi no ngizocela ukuyiholda nami ama-questions ngoba akhona ngifuna ukuwabuza ngizowabuza mase sekungena u-DG. Ngiyabonga. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mam Kaula. Let's go to the next item.
Oh, sorry, Chair.
Oh, Nazli.
I'm sorry, Chair, for putting up my hand so late. Chair, I just wanted to check with the AG in regards to the irregular expenditure or the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. A lot of money is incurred, and I know government works in big money, but that's taxpayers' money. Oftentimes that is not being used where it needs to be used. So I wanted to ask from the AG who they think should be held accountable in terms of how the money in the CGE is spent. So because there's no proof, for example, timesheets, proper procedures that were followed, who should be held accountable, and how would the accountability look like? Should the money be recouped? Should it just be wiped off the balance sheet? Just so I can get a better understanding. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Okay. Dogozo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the honorable member for the question. So I think the main issue at the moment, Chairperson, is that consequence management processes are currently not being implemented, because that at least would be able to direct the commission, would be able to direct the portfolio committee as well as the accounting officer in terms of who the transgressors are and in terms of the nature of this irregular expenditure. When monies are lost, they need to be recovered. Investigations need to take place so that steps to recover the money can also be implemented by the accounting officer. So in the main, before the main step that needs to be taken, and hence I keep emphasizing a lot on that, because it's the irregular expenditure and the fruitless and wasteful expenditure keeps reoccurring because the transgressors are not held accountable. So accountability starts first and foremost by ensuring that consequence management processes are implemented. So investigations must be done, which is currently not being done. And then from there, based on the findings of the investigations, then we can proceed to say who was liable. From there on, then you can say those people must then be held accountable to pay back that money. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay. Let's go to the next item.
Chair, sorry, ngiyaxolisa sithando sami. Ikhona into lana ayishoyo unkosazana nami la uSibisi ukuthi kufuna kube ama-investigating kube yiyona ezokwenza sure ukuthi labo bantu funa ba-account. Okay, siyabona lento njalo kuzikhona lezi mali ezisebenzayo akuthola ukuthi zisebenzile kodwa ngapha masithi siyalandela ayikho into e-spreadsheet ukuthi le mali yenzeni ngasikhatsini nanokuthi nayi le mali ibuyile kodwa ibuye kanjani. Umbuzo wami ke ake sithi-ke labantu abakwazi ukunika leyo information, nina njengama-auditor niyakwazi niqhubeka niwenze umsebenzi wenu noma nithi no nathi ngeke sinenzele lutho la ukuthi sithi siyawenza lo msebenzi wo-audit ngoba izinto zenu ayiphelele futhi azikho endleleni right ngoba mawuthi ayikhuluma la sikhuluma ngama-millions imali lezi zabakhokhi bentela. Ngiyabonga.
Okay, Ntokozo, do you want to respond to Mam Kaula?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. So, Mam Kaula, i-office lase-Auditor General sinawo amazinyo manje ukuthi sikwazi nathi ukusiza ama-entities ukuthola leyo mali back. So, ngoshintsho lolo lenziwe kwi-act yethu, nathi sinawo amandla ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi leyo mali leyo esuke ingakwazi ukutholakala senze imizamo ngawo. Kodwa nayo wona lolo shintsho le-act yethu as i-office le-Auditor General kuney'gaba esiyihambayo before size sifika lapho. So into engisho mamkhawula ukuthi fanele siqale kuqala from i-commission sibone ukuthi bona baphuma nani. Mawukuthi aphumi nalutho nathi from i-process ye-audit siyakwazi ukungenelela sithi okay lento le kade ireportwa iminyaka emingaka so manje nathi yini esingayenza ukuze sikwazi ukusiza i-commission based on ushintsho le-act yethu. Angazi uma ngiphendulile ma.
Yeah, uphendulile.
Yabonga.
Because actually we need to separate the issues Zama commissioners and the administration.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah. So those who are implementers, they must be held accountable for their actions, and also things that the leadership that must do, they must also be held accountable for them, for their responsibilities, because if leadership itself is not holding the administration accountable and ensure that they implement the recommendations that are made by the AG's office and the portfolio committee, then it means there's no leadership. So that's why I'm saying so the commissioners will answer them for themselves and the administration will answer for themselves. Let's go to the next item.
It will be the presentation from the Audit and Risk Committee Chair on annual report of the CGE. Thank you.
Okay. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. And good morning to all, including the Office of the Auditor General. And as a committee, we'd like to thank you members for affording us an opportunity to share our insights of the key matters that we believe are supposed to be brought to your attention. And we'd like to also learn from this portfolio committee on how we can better things as we look for ways to improve the work of the CGE and deliver on the mandate that is entrusted to this honorable institution by the people of South Africa. Chair, our presentation is basically in threefold. We want to highlight certain matters that relates to the report on non-financial information, and also to touch on the performance that was reported in the annual financial statement, including matters of compliance and risk, and other key governance matters that we believe ought to be brought to the attention of this honorable portfolio committee. I know, Chair, that the institution has experienced a decline in its performance rates when compared to the previous assessment year. So when one looks at the year 2021, 2022 versus the year 2022, 2023, you note that the rate of achievement has declined, and this is concerning. And largely because of the inability by the performance champions to produce credible evidence that supports the achievement included in those annual reports. This has then led the institution to drop the ball. But it's a matter that during the performance year, internal audit was able to bring to the table as part of their reviews that there is this consistent lack of evidence to support the claim on actual performance reported, which is concerning, and we believe that we ought to find a solution to this as speedily as possible so that we improve our service delivery targets. However, also, we note that there are other factors that are contributing to that. Key is the leadership instability, or the leadership, I will say, crisis that the organization experienced during previous financial year, especially the many changes that occurred in the office of the CEO. We consider this as a strategic position that ought to enable the entire institution to advance its mandate. However, when changes happen at very short periods, like the CGA experience, it then have this type of repercussions where you find the institution in disarray. Though we commend the steps which were taken by the commissioners to help the situation, we believe that we ought to strengthen the selection of individuals that are appointed in critical position, like the office of the CEO. We submit that the selection criteria for that position ought to be looked at so that we are able to select individuals that have the caliber required by the position, individuals that have an appreciation of the regulatory system that governs the work of the CGE and the nature of the commission as a Chapter 9 institution, and the need to lead in ensuring compliance with the legislative prescripts, but also someone who will have an appreciation of the strategic roles and responsibility of a CEO in the organization, and who will help then build a culture of excellence together with mentoring, so that the CGE is able to profit from the talent of many dedicated members of the organization, whom we believe are there with good leadership. The things can be turned around and within a short period. So the results as far as the report on predetermined objectives are not satisfactory and are showing a decline. And this has over time, in part or largely because of the lack in accountability, where those who are charged to then report performance entrusted to them aren't able to do so in a manner that's credible. And Chair, moving ahead, we'd like to also submit on performance of the organization, the CGE, as far as it relates to financial performance compliance with legislations and risk management. We also applaud management for having obtained an unmodified opinion from the auditors However, concerning is the number of material corrections that had to be effected in order to achieve that result. That alone is indicative of a internal control system that's not functioning effectively. And it's largely on our, as an organization, inability to detect the misstatement due to either insufficient reviews taking place or things not timely addressed when reported by those who are doing audits, such as internal auditors and the external auditors. Though we are grateful for what the management team has achieved in as far as getting an unmodified report with the assistance of the AG. We also submit that there has been instances where the entity had continued to incur irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And this is a matter that our AG, Ms. Ntokozo BC, has submitted just now. This is concerning, and it's largely because of our inability to resolve this non-compliance timely. So if it's matters that occurred in the prior year, we are continuously spending money on these agreements with service providers, which then cause the entity to incur irregular expenditure. Because the commission is unable to conclude investigations on time or within the period as recommended by Treasury. These matters then roll forward to other financial years, and seemingly looks like the commission is now incurring these unwanted expenditures non-stop, just because then we are not concluding these matters on time. I think then we need to improve, one, the strength of those who are charged to take corrective steps, as far as one, picking up where the mishap could have happened through the investigation that must be done timely, and then enforcing the rules that govern such misconduct, and that require those involved to take then the necessary steps. However, we bring to this committee that we ought to respect the hierarchy when dealing with matters that involve investigating misconduct. Because if a matter or a misconduct occurs within a certain level within the hierarchy, it ought to then be a responsibility of the next level to correct it. And I bring one issue in part that involves commissioners who had to claim without substantiating their claim, which had over time been treated as either irregular or fruitless and wasteful expenditure. It seems to me that relying purely on the CEO or the executive management to conclude this matter and take a decisive step will not be the best tool, because the commissioners are given the hierarchy a body above their delegates. So you will then expect an authority above them, and in line will mostly be the portfolio committee one to suggest, to say how then we conclude on this and what type of information we need to conclude on it, and then they be assisted to resolve these matters. And then as far as the other steps perhaps to be taken is that we request, and I hope the commissioners also, it's a matter that we bring to the attention of the PC, that we find a way of remunerating those appointed to be commissioners in a way that's fair, in a way that's competitive, in a way that attracts and retains individuals of the requisite caliber, and where we where there's a need to include a variable element in their work which is linked to performance, the conditions for that should be clearly identified, approved, and be documented, and be enforced through either the remuneration policy or as part of the appointment contract, so that the evidence that the AG requires when they review these type of expenditures, one, it's known upfront, and even the commissioners themselves are not then brought to sort of tussles with management as to what evidence should I produce and so forth. But it's documented and it's known, and the AG can use that criteria to test whether these expenses were truly for the good of the CGE, they were approved as they're supposed to be, and they represent valid expenditures. As far as risk management is concerned, Chair and honorable members, we note that in the year under review, which was 2022-2023, risk management was not something very active in the organization. The structures were not there at all. Policy guidance was ineffective. Risk registers were not produced and monitored. However, in the latter part of the year, towards the end of the last quarter and in the early quarter of this year, we have seen steps being taken by management to resolve this better. And the CFO, together with the CEO, acting CEO, had sort of produced and shared with us a risk register. And yes, more work needs to be done. So we get to a point where the entire risk management is spread across the organizations, and every other performance champion is also monitoring the risk linked to these performance indicators. And this becomes an entity-wide exercise that is monitored and reported on continuously. So this is one of the matters that as a committee, we will put our thing on to ensure that there is improvement. We also bring for...
let me interject you.
Chair.
You were saying CEO can't take actions because plenary is consisting of commissioners and is above the CEO. That's what you're saying. So I'm not sure you are referring to which item, because CEO, isn't it that she's responsible for administration, but reports to the commissioners? But the issue of the commissioners, remember, the commissioners have got their own handbook on how do they deal with issues of governance in the institution. So with regards to the payment of part-time commissioners, you are expecting who must do what there? Because what needs to be done with regards to that, it's for commissioners to go back and sit down and discuss this matter, 100 hours. Look at the AG's report. They know that during the first time this issue was raised by the former chairperson of the ARC, the former chairperson of ARC, when she came to the portfolio committee, she couldn't even answer to that report. So it was something that was concocted just to put commissioners in a bad face. But the truth is, there was a decision by plenary, by commissioners, all what needed to be done was the subcommittee on finance was supposed to work on documentation on how best this can be managed and be rectified by the administration. So that's why I'm saying we need to separate issues of commissioners and issues that must be implemented by administration. Because when them as commissioners, they take a decision, they must also draft a policy that will guide on how that needs to be implemented. So that when they come to the portfolio committee, we can hold them accountable for their actions. So now the issue is, till to date, as the portfolio committee, we haven't received a policy document that then gives commissioners on how this 100 hours issue is going to be managed by them for the administrators to be able to effect it. Yeah, because now it's like we are going back and front. I thought you as an internal audit a body, you are going to guide them on how should they rectify this thing. Who will respond?
Thank you, Chair. If I may, Chair, just submit on two matters. One is that as far as it relates to consequence management, one will submit that it's proper that the person who has to be corrected or taken through the process of correcting or effecting the consequence of his actions, it's below the level or below the authority that is taking those steps. And my Chair,
which is the CEO in this case.
So if we're to speak to the issue of fruitless and wasteful expenditure resulting from claims which were made by commissioners, it's our understanding that the CEO accounts to the commissioners, because then the commissioners are a governing structure equivalent to that of the accounting authority in the organization. Therefore, what we have experienced in the last 12 to 24 months is matters being pushed between the CEO and commissioners, and commissioners are directly involved in this one. So it becomes a bit of a challenge when one having a direct interest on the matter is then called to judge on it, because the decision to effect this type of payments was which then eventually became fruitless and wasteful expenditure, was a decision of the commissioners. And when this was determined to be fruitless and wasteful expenditure, by definition, you then go back to say where the violation happens, and because it was a decision of commissioners as a body, they therefore have a direct interest in it. And then the steps that needs to be taken to correct that will then have to be effected by someone who is not conflicted by virtue of having an interest on the same matter, and we find that to be proper. Hence, we are submitting that on all issues of irregular expenditure, those then that affects the corrective steps ought to be an authority above the individuals that are implicated.
Isn't
and we
it
do
that,
respect that, sorry, Chair.
isn't it that there are certain procedures that needs to be followed when they are implementing consequence management?
Yes, yes, there should be procedures, and that needs to be consistent with the policy of the organization.
If I may ask,
Yes, Chair.
How do you expect commissioners to rectify this problem?
There's guidance that was issued by Treasury, and I need to talk to that guidance which Treasury has brought forth. So by definition, fruitless and wasteful expenditure means money spent and there's no value to be shown by the organization. So if we all accept, based on the investigations and all conclusions that the assurance providers has given to us, that this money were expended, but we cannot show that value was derived from it. Therefore, it will suggest two things to correct it. One is, as Treasury guided, is to then raise a debt against those who are liable or who basically cause the entity to incur an expense without value and collect that money from them. However, if that proves to be impractical, we'll then have to submit to the appropriate authority that debt be written off. And these are steps that the AG, the CFO, and management at large are aware. Thank you, Chairperson.
I want us to deal with this matter once and for all. Tinsolo?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I've had my hand for a while. Thank you for recognizing me. I wanted to ask that as the AGSA, the Auditor General team, if it is fine with the honorable members, if we may be excused. We also have another engagement that we need to prepare for. That will be starting at 12. So we'll appreciate if you are able to release us from the meeting.
No, Tinsolo, angeke ngokurelease because le issue le uyayazi Ntokozo ukuthi we said we want to resolve it. We want to resolve it today so that the commissioners and the administrators, they know what needs to be done by them when they go back to their institution. Yeah. So I won't release you. I will release you immediately we are done with this matter.
Okay, Honorable Chairperson.
Yeah. When we're done with this matter, we'll gladly release you. So, what are honorable members saying? Sheriff Masiko, Mamukawula, Honorable Sheriff.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you to the ARC for their findings. Sorry, let me put my video on so you can see me. What I find concerning is that most of the findings by the ARC point to internal controls. And for me, I feel like surely, so in the ARC report, it's reported that the CEO was changed, personnel was being changed, and that's what led to a lack of internal controls. But surely, and this is a message, a question to the ARC, surely any organization, whether you're a Chapter 9 institution, whether you're a government entity, whether you're a private sector business or an NGO, whatever organization, surely the foundation of the organization should be strong enough that personnel change doesn't make such an impact on the organization. And I say this because it's very concerning, and I think it points directly to a threat to the institution and the integrity of the institution, that if you don't have proper internal controls, so it doesn't matter who comes in, who comes out, the organization needs to have processes that keep it working and keep it moving and keep it, working in such a manner that it works to the best of its ability, it's efficient. And it's very, very concerning. And in fact, it's borderline dangerous threat to the organization that after such a long time, the internal controls remain a problem. The financial internal controls remain a problem. The mitigating of risks remain a problem. The consequence management of internal controls remains an issue. And I think that the CGE must really, take this in and go back to plenary. And let me just say that I agree that commissioners must take on the strategic role, must take on the governance role, to determine the way which way the ship is moving, and the secretariat to do the implementation of that. Because commissioners know what's happening on the ground, or at least they should know what's happening on the ground. The handbook tells us that they have committees to deal with issues of gender equality within South Africa. So we can't expect a secretariat to determine strategic objectives when it is the commissioners who need to determine strategic objectives. And so I agree with the ARC that, there's not quite a balance in terms of accountability within the internal workings of the CG. And that is concerning, Chairperson. Those are my points, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson Mukhale, can you assist?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I will. It's fine. Thank you for the opportunity, Chairperson, and thank you to all the questions that have been asked. Chairperson, I need to register the deep concern from the CGE for a number of reasons. Number one, it looks like the AG, despite whatever explanations we give, is not familiar with the fact of the 100 hours part-time commissioners. Secondly, I'm also concerned about the ARC, who is actually, for some reason, seems not to be understanding the structure, the systems, as well as the CGE Act itself, which we base on. And I just wanted to register that before we start. I will focus particularly on the part-time 100 hours thing, so that by the time the AG and other people are released, they understand. The situation is as follows. Around the 24th or 25th of March or so, 2021, the president announced that there shall be a total national lockdown as a result of COVID. On that day immediately, plenary was called. The chairperson called plenary and said, what do we do? At that meeting, we said, unfortunately, this is a force majeure situation. And subsequent to that pronouncement by us as the CGE, several court decisions have confirmed that that situation was actually it was actually 2020, not 2021, sorry. It was actually a force majeure situation. Nobody could go outside, nobody could do this, but the description was that because it is a natural occurrence outside of the control of all of us, that we could not envisage, there was nothing we could do about it. Then at the meeting with plenary and CO and CFO, it was decided, therefore, staff members have got to continue to be paid. At that time, the CGE had 106 staff members. It was agreed and a decision to that effect was adopted. And that decision was saying they will be paid until such time that they are able to come back. We will also explore other options on how people can continue to be efficient and effective so that we mitigate their salaries. At the same meeting, the issue was raised that out of the
let me stop
Chair.
interject you.
Okay.
We are talking about the PAs to the commissioners, ne? Isn't it?
I'm talking about the 100 hours, Chair.
Oh, okay. I'm talking about the staff now. In the AG's report, there is a finding with regards to that also. You must check where they say there is a irregular or fruitless expenditure in terms of the appointment of PAs to, I think it's Commissioner Nomasonto and Commissioner Botha.
Okay.
You remember? Yes.
Yes.
So
I'll also address that. Chair.
Yeah.
Okay. Then, Chair, just to fast track the point.
That's why I wanted them to stay.
Yes. Yes, Chair. Just to fast track the points, Chair. Then that plenary then decided the 5 commissioners to go back and look at how, come back with a proposal on how the 5 commissioners can actually be paid. But this proposal should actually be escalated or rather formalized into a circular. And this, by the way, was confirmed by the then chairperson of the ARC, Mr. Ntakeni, to say it must be a circular. It must be based on legislation and CGE policies. We went and we came back. We said, based on section 5 of the CGE Act, which pronounces that the commission shall determine its own procedures or to set up the CGE. Let us base it on that. Let us base it on that. What are the procedures that have been set up? The handbook. That is when we went to the handbook. The handbook was developed by the CGE and signed as a formal document that was also presented to Parliament on the 13th of February 2014. We use the handbook. The handbook says all part-time commissioners shall be paid a maximum of 100 hours. So we said we cannot go beyond 100 hours. So let us use this instrument, this existing instrument of a procedure that we have already adopted, that Parliament already knows. We said commissioners will then, part-time commissioners will then continue to be paid a maximum of 100 hours. That was the first thing. Secondly, we brought it in, plenary adopted it. So it was formalized by plenary, not only part-time commissioners, the entire plenary. And based on that, we were paid. But we then said we would like to earn our keep. And we immediately intervened with the Department of Health and Presidency and said, we want to continue to monitor so that this COVID is not going to have an impact on gender equality and discriminate against the vulnerable even further. So we were given the status of emergency services during COVID. So we were out there working. We are the people who even realized that part of the items in the shops that had been sealed was baby clothes, including baby milk and this and that as non-essential, and we intervened. But that was one of the many interventions that we during that time we did. So we worked. reports were submitted. Those reports are reports that the AG himself has actually documented in the report of that year. So, Chair, it is worrying us that the AG says, yes, I can see you have worked. I know you have worked. I know this was based on something. However, you did not fill in a timesheet. I sat in this boardroom with the AG not so long ago and explained that because we were not coming to work, because we were working from home, there was and marooned basically in our homes except for emergencies. We then at that plenary decided, let us set aside a timesheet because a timesheet was going to be 0000, whereas we are working, and stick to the 100 hours. I told them a demand for a timesheet is almost like saying the clocking machine was out of order as a result of load shedding. Therefore, you did not come to work. However, with the same breath, the factory would be full of goods showing that people have been coming to work every day. This is what is frustrating me about all of this. We have submitted report after report after report. The AG has got them. Some of the activities that the AG has actually recorded in their report is the work that comes out of there. So it's almost like you cannot say they did not work or they did not produce yet you are recognizing the goods and services and the items that come out of the factory that they were using, all because the clocking card or the clocking machine was not working. This is my gripe with the AG. We did everything by the book. That's what I want to point out. But again, the definition of fruitless and wasteful is saying somebody wasted the money. Nobody wasted the money. We were paid that money as a result of us working. Thirdly, I would like to know what would be the suggestion of the AG if everybody in the organization was going to be paid except for 5 part-time commissioners. And those same 5 part-time commissioners were expected to continue to work as emergency services during COVID. Were we supposed to work for free? Or were we supposed to stay home and say, no, we are not working, despite the fact that, number one, we did not know how long COVID was going to take. But above all, the president, the portfolio committee, National Assembly, and everybody, and the people of South Africa would have expected us to work even double during that time. Nobody is ready to answer us. What were you expecting out of only the 5 from the 106 that were being paid? The 101 that were being paid. Please note, AG, that of the 101 that were being paid, there were 6 commissioners who continued to get their full salaries without any interference. That is why even the chairperson, Mr. Ntakeng of the ARC at that time, said it would result in an irregular and unfair labor practice. It would result in an unjust within the environment of the what you call it. And what is frustrating me, and Chair, please pardon me, I would like to direct this to the AG, is that we keep telling them this and nobody wants to hear it because the AG wants to tick boxes. We worked. We earned a salary. That salary was based on a particular policy and principle of a handbook. That handbook was based on Section 5.5 of the CGE Act. That handbook was adopted formally by plenary years ago, and over the years throughout, it had been used. And by the way, part-time commissioners are a phenomenon in all the Chapter 9s. And all the Chapter 9s, Chair, that we have solicited advice from us say, why is it only the CGE? They have done exactly what we have done. They have not gotten these outcomes. And everybody say, who is keeping this story alive for what reason? When all of us, as other Chapter 9s, have done exactly the same thing and have never had problems. In fact, after, Chair, when COVID came down, we then decided, let's bring it down to 80 hours because people could go here and there despite masks. We, on our own volition, did that. And finally, when COVID was pronounced, we immediately pronounced that back to the timesheet. That is why today, AG, there are part-time commissioners who are being paid 11 hours. There are others who are being paid 36 hours. Others are being paid 42 hours because those are their real innings. And there are others who are consistently paying 100 hours, despite them working beyond 100 hours. We tell them, sorry, policy says 1, 2, 3, 4. You are donating that those other hours to the CGE. We have been diligent with this, but we have a situation and a narrative that the AG is holding on to, despite us trying to say your narrative is incorrect. How is it that a salary that was paid to somebody who has worked, produced a report, you adopt the report, you include it in your own report, you then turn around and say that money that was paid to the same person who submitted this report, who I have captured in my own report, was fruitless and wasteful?
In fact, Mkhale, my question is, in the previous years, how was CGE paying commissioners, part-time commissioners? Why is this matter an issue now? You know, because this issue started in 2021. 2020, but now it's like it's like commissioners are doing something wrong, you know? Why is there's people are concerned, you know, with this thing of submitting timesheets and so forth, whereas in the previous terms, there was no timesheets. Were there timesheets, Sis Nomasonto?
Yes, there were timesheets. I personally was giving timesheets, and Chairperson, it is very important that I have kept my timesheet and I can produce them.
Of the previous terms?
Yes.
Even before COVID, Chair, we had been producing timesheets, but what we were saying was they have become redundant because we are at home. And then we said they will still become not a true reflection, because whereas emergency services, we would be running around, it would be those 2 hours back home, 1 hour back home, you know, those kinds, they would not be a true reflection. But in other instances, like we did, for example, at hospitals, where we were sitting in our own homes, writing to CEOs of hospitals, intervening about PPE for nurses, intervening about mothers with babies who were going to those hospitals and feeling vulnerable. We were sitting at our homes and we were saying, this is not going to be recordable. But force majeure, by its nature, as a legal concept says, you have a situation that is outside of your control. You could not have foreseen it, and therefore it disrupts your services. And that is what government recognized, and the courts have recognized it for a lot of companies. That is why people were paid monies, taxi drivers, all sorts of, everybody was compensated for that disruption. We are being persecuted when we went. Everybody was compensated.
The very commission for time.
Even us,
Chairperson,
even full-time commission.
Chairperson.
Yes,
Honorable Masiko.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my hand has been up, Chair, and I think the explanation that we're receiving from advocates, Chairperson, and I think as this portfolio committee, we at some point, I think, if not last year, the year before last, thoroughly dealt with this issue. Because, as I had said before when we were doing the briefing, it's not the first time that this issue is coming up. And advocate is correct that it arose from the period 2020, and that is when COVID-19 had sort of unsettled the way and the manner in which things had been conducted previously. Now, the question, and I'm happy that you requested the Office of the AG to remain behind and not leave. The question that we have is now, according to which standards are they, dealing with this matter, and how are they also looking into it with the other Chapter 9 institutions when they are conducting their audits on, because surely they have also gone through the same. And how has this matter been handled? Because when I'm looking at it now, Chairperson, and how the advocate is coming through, Chairperson with CGE, is that there's no other way that they can explain this matter, because they've explained it to the AG's office, but seemingly the AG's office is not hearing it. But maybe it is the AG's office that can now tell us what is their understanding of what this matter is, and what do they make of the explanations and also supporting documents that CGE has given them. Because surely, Honorable Chairperson and members, if there is a way in which, and it's understandable that they are giving a support to the information that they are giving the AG's office, then it cannot be coming through as if it is something that is intentional on the side of CGE, when we know that it has been something which is beyond their control, brought on by an unexpected situation in the country and across the world of COVID-19. Thank you very much, Honorable.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. I think Chair and Deputy Chair with the Auditor General's office, you need to sit down and that's why we said in our Tuesday meeting, they must go back and get their facts correct. It was precisely what the advocate was explaining now, because these things were raised in the portfolio committee. So we will request that the office of the chairperson and the Auditor General's office, they must go back and deal with this matter and resolve it and come back and give us a report.
Chair, my hand is up.
Sheriff?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I understand and I hear the frustration by the CGE Chairperson. Chair, for me, I just have some clarity-seeking questions. Oh, sorry, Chair. I understand that during COVID, timesheets became redundant, but for all sakes and purposes, the COVID restrictions were lifted in April 2022, right? Let's use April 2022 as the basis that most restrictions were lifted. The AG it's then reported that timesheets only started coming in from October 2022. So what happened between April 2022 and October 2022? Were timesheets
2022 and 2022 or 2022, yes. 2023?
April 2022 to October 2022, Chairperson. Because that's when timesheets were then reported on again from October 2022. And then, Chairperson, another thing that maybe I would like some clarity around is that the report submitted speaks on what reports each commissioner had done in terms of the strategic outcomes. And if you have a look at that, you'll see that, for example, in some of the commissioners' reports were not submitted, and it's stated on black and white that reports were not submitted, and that's concerning, because how then do you, in any organization, how do you justify what work is being done if people are not reporting on the work that's being done? So I just want to find out from the chair, how is that? I mean, how do you explain that? Because if you're saying that you're giving the AG these reports, and then the AG is saying that no report is being submitted, then there's obviously an issue around that. And lastly, Chair, surely the AG and the CGE had met prior to them tabling the report to Parliament and agreeing on the findings or agreeing on the reports. So I don't know why all this tension is coming out now in the committee meeting, when meetings between the AG and the CGE should have taken place before coming to the portfolio committee. Thank you, Chair.
I think 2022, if my memory serves me well, we took a decision that the 100 hours must be reviewed, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember in which meeting, but I think it was 2022, because we said there's no more COVID. So people are back to work as normal. So the commissioners should go back and review the issue of 100 hours, if I'm not mistaken. But Kashifa, Crystal, they can verify what I'm saying so that I cannot mislead the meeting too. I'm subject to correction. But I think, Chairperson, you can respond to what Honorable Sheriff has just raised now.
Thank you, honorable members and Chairperson. The Honorable Sheriff, when I'm saying the reports, that's exactly my point, that we submitted the reports, the AG, in the annual report that he has said is that information is in there, yet he says there was no evidence, so that is why I say there's confusion from the side of the AG. And then members, we sat with the AG in this room, and I explained exactly the same thing, where the AG, I think it was Ahmed, ne? Yeah, Ahmed, he is in this meeting, where he said, I hear you. All I want to understand now, how do we mitigate around the timesheet? Because it looks like everything is in order except for the timesheet. That's where I gave this analogy that I have just given, that the timesheet is like people working, but the clocking machine is broken. Then he said, oh, I understand. And Chair and honorable members, we have been toing and froing, writing to National Treasury, to the AG. Everybody does not know how to deal with this matter. I can confidently say in this meeting, they themselves audit the CGE. They do not understand what the CGE does. The Human Rights Commission, for example, pays all its part-time commissioners 120 hours. It doesn't matter how many hours you have put in. To date, they have never ever received any query about that, because it is understood some of the things are you in your office, media interviews, etc. That is why I say even the other FID institutions are actually shocked at what is the issue here. And the issue for me is the AG does not understand, because the AG wants to tick boxes. It must fit in. How is it that we are advised by the chairperson of the ARC to say, do it this way, do it this way? How is it that our submission says, based on section 5.5 of the CGE Act, we hereby propose this, and come to plenary, and they all don't know those documents. We keep submitting them. Last but not least, Chair, let me just take this opportunity to say the AG seems not to be auditing us properly. We have been in the papers for the last 2 years consistently for implementing consequence management. We have even gone beyond what is regarded as our authority, where we took it upon our hands to suspend precautionarily a commissioner. We have got 3 CEOs we have got a whole layer of people that we have said, unfortunately, you do not fit in with the organization. Where we have got an internal auditor that a few months ago, just immediately following the CEO who was here for only 4 months, but had already misappropriated close to 2 million rand. We said to them, go. We have been in the papers for the door that is opening consistently, and yet the AG says there are no consequences. The AG does not understand what we do. If the AG understood what we do, we would have known that 7 HODs are not here. In the last 3 years, 3 CEOs are not here. In the last few months, the internal auditor is not here. So many people, even in provinces, we have taken decisions to say we cannot tolerate this. We turn in the corner. Yet the AG is here, says there's no consequence management. The AG does not understand what we do. The AG does not have an intimate information about the CGE and our program. We need to sit down with them and take them through.
Yeah, I think that will be the solution, Mkhali. Because even Tuesday, that's how I felt when I read their report and how they presented their report. I said they are not consistent in terms of how they audit other entities, including the department. And I've made some examples on why was I raising that, and why was I saying that in the meeting. And I think Togozo.
I wanted to come in. It's not the Ntokozo, it's Tinzalo from Auditor General.
Come in,
Yes.
Tinzalo.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just wanted to also just share our position to clarify something just on record, but also appreciating what you have already raised, Chairperson, and what the honorable members, including what the Chairperson from CGE has raised now. So the first point of acknowledgement is that I acknowledge that this irregular expenditure or fruitless and wasteful expenditure is dating back to the time of COVID-19. But the first clarity that I want to make is, and we have made submissions in writing as well, is that this issue was not raised by Auditor General. This issue was raised by internal auditors. And then management agreed with the issue. And then the officials who are responsible for preparing the financial statements put these cases as fruitless and wasteful expenditure in the financial statements. So that was yes, on the CGE financial statements. Yes, Chairperson.
About officials of CGE.
Yes. Because the financial statement of CGE are prepared by the officials of CGE, so that would be management. So the auditors, which is Auditor General, is triggered by what is submitted in the financial statements and what is disclosed in the notes of irregular expenditure and in the note of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So, Chairperson, in those two notes, there were disclosures of irregular expenditure relating to these issues. So, in terms of PFMA, we have a responsibility if there is irregular expenditure that is disclosed in the financial statement to go and check whether the other steps that are indicated on PFMA, which the accounting authority or accounting officer is supposed to then take a step further, have been done. And those are the steps that Ntokozo was talking about, to say if there's fruitless and wasteful expenditure that has been disclosed, you must check whether it has been investigated. And sometimes that investigation can come back and say, this was nobody's fault, and therefore we don't need to recover the money from anyone. Then there is a basis for us to write it off. Or it can come back and it can say, it is so and so official who should have executed their responsibility differently to prevent this from being a fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and therefore you must get the money from that official. So it was never triggered by Auditor General. It was triggered by the finding that was raised by internal audit
And then management took those findings, agreed with them, and then looked at the framework and said, these are irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and submitted to us to audit. So we are being crucified for executing our mandate, which says if there's something that is disclosed on the financial statement, you have a duty to look at it. And because these are issues that are relating to the previous year, the prescripts that we were checking for were, if you have disclosed fruitless and wasteful expenditure, did you follow it up? Did you investigate it? Whatever the recommendation that came from the investigation, did you then implement that? So if maybe it was a process that they went through with National Treasury that then said, there's nothing that you could have done in this case because it was during COVID, therefore write it off. Did they do that? Because it is not us who said, go and raise this thing is fruitless, but it is management. They need to then also take accountability of the financial statements that they prepared and submitted to us and subjected those, including the 2 disclosures we speak about, for audit process, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tinswalo, for your clarification of these things. How did it came about? So it means CGE chairperson and the commissioners, you need to CGE's chairperson and deputy chair, you need to go back with your commissioners, deal with your officials, because that's where the problem is. The officials are the ones that must be held accountable.
Chair, it is correct. In fact, the internal auditor has actually left. But left after we instituted disciplinary proceedings. And it was not the only thing that we were presenting against the internal auditor. There was a 70,000 that also was irregularly paid and a whole lot of other things. That is why I say we have been keen on consequence management. The CFO has left. It is worrying that the AG is not aware of it. The CEO, who at the time was part of this whole right this, right that, also left after we actually started proceedings against in relation to her performance. So much has changed since then, and it's worrying that the AG is not aware of the serious consequence management that we have applied in relation to this and beyond.
No, thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Tinswalo, is your hand up or in the Sasatan?
In closing, Chairperson, just to assist, so that we don't keep on also bringing this issue from our side in our report. So I think, so I don't dispute the actions that the CGE has started taking on consequence management. The only gap that I see is that it needs to be married to the 2 disclosures that are sitting in the financial statements. So they need to land it there to demonstrate that all of these issues, we are now removing them in the financial statements because we have dealt decisively with all of them because they were initially disclosed as irregular expenditure. Because the external auditors, which is Auditor General, will always go start at the financial statement. So if what we are receiving is not talking to the financial statement that are subjected to the audit, where the financial statement are still saying that there's irregular expenditure, and then when we request reports to demonstrate how, whether or not that irregular expenditure has been dealt with, and then it does not match, we will always have that, disconnect. So we don't dispute having observed some of the suspensions that are taking place in the space. It must just find itself back to from the initial process where these instances were disclosed as irregular expenditure and fruitless, and the prescripts that are outlined on the framework to say this is how you then deal with issues that you yourself have identified and say these are irregular and these are fruitless. And this is what will warrant you then removing it from the financial statement. If these are dealt with and removed from the financial statement, going forward, we will not come back to this issue, Chairperson. I just wanted to close that gap of linking all the activities on consequence management back to what was disclosed in the financial statement, which is what we audit, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tinswalo. Honorable Sheriff.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Chair, just a quick one. On page 63 of the annual report, if you look at, and the reason why I'm bringing it up here, Chair, is because I don't want to rehash this this topic when we get to the annual report. So I think maybe it's better we just finish it here, and then we can move on to the rest with your permission, Chairperson. Chair, on page 63, it gives the name of the commissioners, the strategic objectives, and the progress report. Now, if you look at the first commissioner, it says that 1, 2, 3 reports has nothing to report on. And then it speaks about performance assessment of the CEO, and attended a plenary assessment for the CEO. And then if you look after that one, on the table, it's another commissioner where it says no reports were submitted for any of the strategic objectives. Now, for Q1, now if this is reported within CGE's own annual report, how then do you justify remuneration if reports are not being submitted? And this comes back to my first point. How do you know people are doing their work if they are not reporting? Even us, Chairperson, as portfolio committees, we have to report back. We have to report back to our caucuses. We have to report back to our constituencies on the work that we are doing. We report back to NGOs. We report back to civil organizations on the work that we are doing. So everybody, no matter where you work, what you do, you must report on the work that you are doing. And what is the consequence management of commissioners not reporting on the work that they should be doing? Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So, Sheriff, who must respond now? Is it Tinswalo?
It must be the chair of CGE, because the annual report is written by the CGE. So it is the CGE telling us that commissioners are not reporting on the work that they are doing. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Mukhale.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the part of the advice, let me start off by saying the commissioners at the Commission for Gender Equality have worked. In fact, a lot of them have surpassed the symbolic projects that we had undertaken. For an example, in Mpumalanga, we found that when we're saying let's monitor the 30 hotspots, Mpumalanga was not included in that list. However, the commissioner in that province then said, let me check the police stations anyway, so that we have a picture of the 9. That's the level of commitment. We submitted reports. I know I submitted my 6-month reports during that period. In fact, I resubmitted not so long ago to Commissioner Mazbuku when this portfolio committee was asking about what the commissioners were doing. And the deputy chair said, I've included the ones that were there during that period. I said, please, can I resubmit, because I was there half of the period. So I take your point, Commissioner, and I will go back to it. And I think it slipped in a very strange way, because all the old commissioners, we have sat down to look at this report that was submitted. I will go back to find out why that information is not there. Thirdly, the information of the commissioners was also built into the APP. So what you are seeing in the programs of so many police stations, so many tutuzelas, so many this, that is part of the work, or most of the work that we did. So I don't know if maybe the layout of the report was saying we're going to be repeating this, whereas we have included it in the APP. So that's where I will go and find out, and then we can either remove the section and mention clearly that it's included there, or amplify the section by putting it separately and populating it and mentioning that it is not in the APP, or it is over and above included in the APP, because I think that's where the disjointure is. But the work is there and recorded and has been done.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner Mkhale. Thank you, Tinswalo and Dogozo. Thank you very much for clarifying some of the things that were of concern on Tuesday. Thank you very much. I think CGE now knows what needs to be done, and and ourselves as honorable members, we are satisfied with your response so far, and we are expecting CGE to go back and correct things as you have outlined in this meeting, because at least even themselves, they have clarified themselves on what transpired exactly. So this matter, I think in the next meeting, it will be resolved. It's not going to come back again. So Mkhale, you've got a duty now that you need to do. So, sorry?
Thank you, Chair. It's Dinzola. I was just saying thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you. And nishayiwe ne? Nishayiwe into engayizwanga yini?
Yeah.
And Dogozo, wena futhi uyizwe kakhulu induku Tuesday. Baptized with fire.
Chairperson, ngiyabuya kodwa.
No, thank you very much.
Thank
It
you,
was
Chair.
not because of bad blood or whatever, or to spite you. It was not meant for that. It is because of namhlanje you understand it better. Why were we concerned? Because we know all the work that they are doing at CGE. You know, they have dealt with many cases accordingly. So, but thank you. Ungathi mawusibona esitradini wasasibulisa uthi hey bangenela labo mama.
No,
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye. You are released.
Thank you so much, Chair.
Bye, Tinsalo.
Bye.
Okay. We are done. Kubeka acting chair with ARC, because I think you were not done.
Thank you, Chair. If I may just come to a conclusion, I think all the matters that were largely material to our submissions have been discussed at length in the last 20 or so minutes. Can I request to close?
Thank
you, Chair.
Let's go to the next item, Nelly. I think Mkhale, this thing goes to the issue Yama PAs, ne? Good now you need to deal with it the same way they were explaining Because nayo nje kube enye into nje beyikhonkotha somewhere.
Yes, Chair, we'll do that.
As if there's something wrong, whereas we have agreed. In fact, we were saying Sonto, for them to be effective and efficient, they need those PA.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, I think you are the ones now who must present. Nelisa, why should you do us guide?
No, I was waiting for you to finish talking to the chairperson, but it's a presentation by CGE Chair on annual report for 2022-2023. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Ubano's the present.
Thank you very much, Chair. We will have the acting CEO present on the APP, and then the CFO will present on the finances. So I'll hand over to the acting CEO, Dr. Dennis Matotoka, Chair. Thank you.
If I may ask before he starts, why in your report you haven't included in your programs on how much have you used, the amounts of money that was allocated, and how much have you used? And you haven't reflected that in your report. We don't know whether it's your new style of writing a report, because if you look at all the previous reports, that reflects in your reports. Because now we can measure the work that we've done vis-a-vis money that was allocated in those outcomes or programs. The one that is clear that we can make assumptions is those that about administration. And Kashifa, can we put that table so that they can understand what I'm talking about?
Chairperson, the one from Crystal around the 3 strategic objectives in the APP versus what was actually spent.
Exactly. Put it here so that they can see what I'm talking about.
Sure. Neliswa, if you could just ask, give Crystal some sharing now so that you can highlight that on the screen, please. Thank you.
Gary, you can see here, ne? Crystal?
Yes, Chair. Would you like me to just explain, Chair?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Chair of the CGE and the risk commissioners and the CFO. So when you presented your APP to the committee in last year, you would give us allocations, projected allocations in relation to the strategic outcomes. So the projected amount for each of them, which would then tally up to the final allocation for the CGE. And while this isn't generally reported on in this format in the annual report, usually when we would receive the finance report on the annual report, we'd get some kind of a table similar to this, giving us a breakdown of the spending per strategic outcome. So for this financial year, we didn't receive this information, so it's making it difficult to kind of reconcile the spending per outcome with what was projected in the APP. Thank you, Chair.
I understand, Mkhali. Sister Masont.
Yes, Chair, we do understand. We will respond to that.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Maybe you can respond.
Chair, thank you. CFO, please come in to clarify this matter.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to everyone. On our side, we only responded on the issues that were raised from Parliament that we're supposed to provide. However, we're noting that moving forward, we should provide this information because you're quite correct on the APP. We had such information. And on the annual financial statements, it's not part of the structure that we use. But moving forward, we'll definitely provide such information. It's readily available. Apologies.
Asibona CFO wasibona waye abona masonto sebabona nabothando ngiyababona wena ngokubona.
Thank you, Chairperson. I thought you remember me when you gave me a hiding last time in May. So, yes, thank you.
CFO, when we write to entities and the department, we write one letter that explain to your institutions what is expected from yourselves. Next time when you get such a correspondence from the portfolio committee and there are things that maybe you are not sure on what report must you bring to the portfolio committee, please don't hesitate to call our staff. They will assist you.
Thank you, Chair. We'll do that.
Okay. Okay, you can now start acting CEO.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, and honorable members. My name is Dennis Matotoka. As outlined, I am the acting CEO who will be taking the committee through the 2022 APP report of the Commission for Gender Equality. I hope the screen can be visible on your end, Chair.
Yeah, it is.
All right, thank you. I think from an overview point of view, Chairperson, I would want to just highlight that the financial year in question was characterized by the change of leadership, both from a secretariat and a commissioner's level. And one particular challenge, as also outlined by the Chairperson of Audit and Risk, was at the level of the accounting officer. Now, it's very important to highlight this, Honorable Chairperson, because it's a critical role that the accounting officer plays within the organization, particularly in ensuring that the systems are intact. Where the systems are not intact, there must be proper mechanisms in place to address those. Now, once we have these mechanisms in place, and there might be gaps there, the change of leadership was not able to pick up some of these gaps to provide the necessary guidance and to ensure that we are able to deliver at the end of the day. So under the reporting period, Chairperson, we had 3 accounting officers that we say has contributed a lot to the performance of the organization. And in no way does this take away the responsibility of management in ensuring that the ship still flows, notwithstanding the fact that the captains were changed from one quarter to another. Now, when we look at the annual performance of 2022-2023, as normal, we have 3 outcomes. So we can see that. We had 4 outcomes. The first one was the enabling legislation for gender equality, and we had 6 targets for the financial year. We were only able to achieve 2 of those, and 1 was partially achieved, and that resulted in 33.3%. I will go into detail, Chairperson, regarding individual outputs. The second output is the gender equality promoted through the information, education, and investigation. The targets were 5. We achieved 2, 1 unachieved, 2 partially unachieved, which resulted in 40%. The outcome 3 is the only one that we were able to do full achievement with 4 targets achieved. And the last one, we had 10 outputs, targets rather. We achieved only 4 and 6 were unachieved. And that resulted in the organization having 40% there. Then the overall target achieved was 53%. However, this is on an average basis, Chairperson. When we use the actual performance, that is 12 achieved targets versus the 12 planned targets, the actual achievement then is 48%, a huge drop compared to 2021-2022 financial year. Now, when I go into the specific Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, the first target was the number of legislative submissions that we were supposed to make as an organization. I can confirm, and I think also the report does so, that we were able to make 16 submissions accordingly. And we also prepared quarterly reports, Q1 until Q4. What was omitted there was the consolidation of the reports for the first output there on legislative submission. And there are a number of reasons, Chairperson, that contributed to that. One in particular was that the person who was responsible for this was on an acting level. And unfortunately, the person resigned before concluding the consolidated report. And at that time, the the audit had already commenced, and we realized that the consolidated report was not available. We have put measures in place under the current financial year to make sure that the person who is responsible for outcome 1 is not only placed alone, but that there is a joint team that will submit and cooperate with the colleague to make sure that in case there's any resignation, there are persons who would be available to take on the work going forward. In terms of 1.2, this relates to systemic investigations within the Commission. And particularly, we were supposed to do 2 systemic investigations, particularly the investigations on the shelters and for sterilization. There hasn't been any challenge in us obtaining our targets in this regard. So the shelter investigation was completed and tabled in Parliament by the end of the financial year. But we've also done the follow-up hearings with the public and the private sector for the financial year 2022-2023 to track the progress in terms of implementing transformative gender equality legislation, practices, and policies. We were happy with the outcome, and we were able to table the report accordingly. But what we are also observing from those reports, Chairperson, is that the paucity of women in leadership positions continues to be a challenge. The paucity of persons with disabilities also continues to be a challenge, and there appears not to be progressive mechanisms in place to ensure that the previously disadvantaged persons are able to assume leadership positions both in the public and the private sector. We have done also the forced sterilization investigation, which is quite an old investigation. During the financial year in question, we've been engaging with the Department of Health, which is the respondent in this matter. And we have now issued a notice to appear, and they have appeared before the Commission for us to really get a sense of where are they in terms of implementing the recommendations of the Commission. In terms of 1.3, the target was 40 courts monitored and a report thereof. The submission here, Chairperson, and I would like to read this one with 1.4, if I may, which is the subs and the court monitoring. So with this court monitoring, the target was 40 rather. and we've agreed that this has not been achieved under the financial year in question. One of the critical things that contributed for non-achievement of the court monitoring is that at the planning stage, when we started to investigate and try to understand where we went wrong, we have realized that at the conceptualization stage, there were no concept notes that provided the necessary guidance of how these outputs needs to be achieved. The action plans were not existing. And as a result of that, there was non-compliance and non-achievement by the end of the financial year. With regard to 1.4, the target was 144 subs and TCC stations. If we may recall historically that the decision for the CGE to have this output was informed by the 30 hotspots that were announced by the Minister of Police several years ago. These were 30 hotspots. But again, I must admit here, Honorable Chairperson, that because of poor planning, we ended up having 144 targets, whilst the intention was really to have 30 hotspots in the previous financial year. What we were able to do is the 15 substation during the financial year. So there has been non-compliance around that. What we have done around 2023 to 2024 differently, we have developed concept notes for both output number 1.3 and 1.4, and the guiding tool and questionnaires that needs to be included when the team goes to provinces to monitor sexual offences courts and substations. These were not there in the past financial year. So the tools have been developed now in 2023-2024 to make sure that there is no repetition of the challenge that we've experienced under the previous financial year. The next aspect relates to the review of the CG Act. The target here, Chairperson, was the one amendment of the CG Act, which is to be submitted to the relevant authority. We have not achieved this target. And our reasons there, which I do believe are justifiable under the circumstance, was that there is a decision that was passed in the Mbombela division. And that division found that in the matter of the South African Human Rights Commission and the Agrodata CC, it found that the decisions of the Human Rights Commission are not automatically binding. And this judgment had a bearing on the proposed amendment that we had in mind of the CG Act. One of our challenges, or what we had hoped to do under the financial year, was that we have observed that there is non-compliance with the recommendations of the CGE, and we struggle really to enforce some of these recommendations, because when we looked at our empowering legislation compared to other Chapter 9 institutions, ours is crafted differently, and which makes it difficult for us to enforce the recommendations. And we felt that perhaps the amendment of Section 11, amongst others, will be a critical area that we should focus on during the financial year. But because of this decision, it warranted us now to have an in-depth consultation before we can actually say the CGE must be amended. As part of really making sure that this is meaningful, we have participated in or rather we have just joined the proceeding in the Supreme Court of Appeal, where the South African Human Rights Commission and other parties are challenging the Mbombela decision on this matter. And we really hope that the outcome will provide the much needed clarity regarding the powers of other Chapter 9 institutions in as far as the investigative reports are concerned. The target was also 1.6, where the CGE was expected to initiate a bill and submit to the relevant authority. We have not received any audit finding them, because we have actually submitted a proposed bill to the Department of Women and youth with and persons with disability. We've engaged meaningfully during the reporting period around the wage bill and how it should look like. And by the end of the financial year, we found each other, and we do believe that under the financial year 2023-2024, we will start to have more in-depth engagement at a higher level before we can roll it out for public comments and participation. The outcome 2 is in relation to the public education and information. We had targeted 21 municipalities in which SDGs were localized through the gender mainstreaming sessions. We have actually achieved, because the actual target was 18, but we did 21, so there's a positive variance there. And on 2.2, we had targeted 4,320 people to be reached through public education. We have far exceeded that with a positive variance. But of course, we acknowledge that the positive variance is viewed as a finding on its own, that we are expected not to overperform some of the targets that we have in our APP, and that we should really reach the targets as they are. But what is challenging in some of these targets is that you don't really have a control regarding who gets to attend and so forth. So if you look at 2.2, where the target was 4,320 and you have an over attendance of 5,862, we don't have control over the number that comes to our engagements. And on one hand, we welcome it because the more people attend our public education outreach programs, we do know that one family is now capacitated and informed about the issues that we want to cascade down to the ground. But of course, the auditors here has found us wanting that there is a positive variance, and that what we have done under the new financial year, we have moved away from the number of people reached to a number of initiatives, because we then believe that if we can say number of initiatives, that is something that we can have control over, rather than the number of people that we cannot control. And that is applicable, Chairperson, throughout 2.3 and 2.4, because we don't have the control over the listenership, for example, over radio station. I think in the planning stage, we add by now putting the number of people that we aim to reach. But unfortunately, if you don't reach them, which you don't have control over, you are found wanting. So that's why we have a negative variance there under 2.3. In as far as 2.4 is concerned, we were targeting 720 stakeholders through the gender and development workshops. We were able to achieve 1,162. So again, there is that positive variance of 442 that we could not have control over. The third one is in relation to 2.5, which is the information and communication initiatives. Again here, the mistake that we made in the planning stage was to put the target of a number of persons that we want to reach. And again, it's an issue that we have now corrected under 2023-2024, that we have moved away from the number to a number of initiatives to try to achieve some of these targets. But again, here on 2.5, that is that positive variance regarding the output. And there are a number of reasons why we had that positive variance. This stems from a number of media interviews that we had with the communications department, the launching of the SAPS report, and the CG's 25th anniversary that resulted in many persons being reached under the financial year. So that is output strategic objective number 2 that we were able to achieve under the financial year. Then strategic number 3, objective number 3, that is the monitoring, research, and investigations on issues that undermine the attainment of gender equality. We have no issues here in as far as the auditors are concerned. We were able to achieve the 100% target. We have produced the following report. the evaluation of government's implementation of the National Strategic Plan on GBVF, the monitoring of government implementation of the framework on gender responsive budgeting, monitoring, evaluation, and auditing status, sexual and reproductive health rights, particularly teenage pregnancy, the GBVF Index multi-year project, women's economic empowerment in South Africa, the Commission for Gender Equality Activity Report on the Maputo Protocol 2022, and assessing the effectiveness of gender focal persons in South Africa. So those are the reports that we dealt with under outcome number, rather strategic objective number 3. Then the fourth one is a renewed, efficient organization that is sustainable. We have not done well here, Honorable Chairperson. The target was to have 75% implementation of the defined organizational system. Unfortunately, because of lack of systems, if one can call it that, we were not able to define what is or what amounts to organizational effectiveness systems, particularly for this indicator. And as a result, we were found wanting that we did not achieve this. Because in our understanding was that the organizational effective system would include the sitting of different subcommittees, plenaries, MANCO. But the challenge was that because we did not define this, the organization did not achieve this. 4.2 relates to the one costed business plan, which was our target. We also did not achieve this because this is in relation or merit to 4.3 that deals with the business model within the CGE. So because under the financial year in question, we did not implement the business model, that resulted in us not being able to table a business plan before the Treasury. And that brings me to the business model itself, which has been an issue within the organization for several years. This was not achieved under the financial year, primarily because there hasn't been a common shared understanding of what this business model is and how we really want to achieve it. But we have done something differently this time around in 2023-2024, that the task teams of employees be established. These are groups of employees that represent different job families within the organization. They have been briefed about what is the business model and what it aims to achieve. We have briefed them. We have briefed the commissioners about the business model also regarding what is it that we want to achieve. There were different meetings that were held, unfortunately, under 2023-2024 to really have a shared understanding about the business model. So under the financial year that we are reporting, Chairperson, we have not done all of this, but I'm bringing up that we have done corrective measures by really now this time around having concept notes, project plans, and really engaging everyone. Just the day before yesterday and yesterday, we were in a 2-day session with extended management to really engage and have a way forward regarding how we would want the business model to look like within the organization. And with the support that we have from management and staff, we do hope that by the end of the financial year, this year would have a business model and a change management strategy that can be implemented. The fourth one is what is this? The tracking tools. Yes, the tracking tools that we are implementing within the organization. Under the reporting period, we did not experience any challenges. These are from the research department and the legal department. So we were able to achieve these targets accordingly. But what I can also mention there, Chairperson, that we experience as a challenge is that we are making all these progressive recommendations, both from the research unit and the legal department. The biggest challenge that we have is having respondents complying with those recommendations fully. And it brings us back to the matter that I'm referring to at the Supreme Court of Appeal, that hopefully once we get a favorable decision, we would be able to see meaningful implementation of our recommendations with all these entities. The target regarding 4.5 was the 100% expenditure on planned improvement initiatives. We were only able to do 94% of that, and 6 is on commitments. I hope my CEO will come in here and elaborate further here. And the same thing on 4.6 on the 100% audit plan of the previous financial year being implemented, and we were only able to achieve 75% of that. And that is as a result of delayed responses and investigations. I may have to say one of 2 things that I'm aware of here, Chairperson, is that we had actually appointed the then Chief Internal Audit to conduct investigations around the fruitless and wasteful expenditures under the financial year 2021-2022. The viewpoint from the then internal audit was that this is not a function of internal audit, and the decision was then taken that that is insubordination. And these are some of the grounds that the organization took to then suspend the employee in question. But the intention was there to say we need to urgently look into these fruitless and wasteful expenditures and address it accordingly. Sorry. But we are on there because under financial year 2023-2024, we will be finalizing those delayed investigations. The fourth one, the rather 4.7 is the mitigation plan. This was not achieved. Again, there was no ownership in terms of this. We're not sure who was responsible, but ultimately management takes the full responsibility, and this was not done. The 4.8 relates to 100% compliance with legislative requirements identified in the compliance universe. This was not achieved also. But what we have done under the financial year, we've appointed the senior legal researcher within the commission who will spearhead 4.7 to assist the organization to comply with the necessary legislative prescripts that we need to comply with. 4.9 relates to the 5% vacancy rate. There were no issues here. We were able to achieve the 5%. And the 4 training and development initiatives, also there were no challenges here. We were able to achieve these ones without failure. And the last one in terms of performance information is the 10 strategic partners engagement and the report thereof. This was also achieved under the financial year in question. There were questions that were included in the briefing notes, Chairperson. The question was around which which reports have been tabled before Parliament by the end of the financial year 2022-2023. Under the research department, we were able to table the reports that are reflecting them, assessing the effectiveness of gender focal persons in South Africa, missing pieces of the puzzles, CG's assessment of the government's implementation of the NSP on GBF between 2020 and 2022, learner pregnancy policy. The third one, actually, we are requested by the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education to present it on the 14th of November, 2023. The activity report on Maputo Protocol and the gender responsive budgeting experiences and lessons from Africa. So that's what we have tabled for the research unit. For the Department of Legal, we have tabled the public and the private sector 2022, and we've also tabled the progress report on the public and the private sector for the financial year 2022-2023, and the report on the state of shelters 2022-2023. There was a question around the progress made on SDGs. We specifically looked at goals number 17 that promotes peace and justice. And in terms of the work that we do, not only have we produced research reports around this work, but our court monitoring processes of gender-based violence cases before the justice system assist the complainants in accessing justice. What we do when we get to this course, we look at whether a fair trial is being conducted by the courts. We look at the language that is used by the courts and court officials, and whether the decisions that are taken are informed by the relevant evidence that is led before court. Because what we want to see is that justice must be realized by all persons, and where we pick up challenges, we bring them accordingly to either to the Magistrates Commission, or we bring them to the chief prosecutors and so forth. So that is the role that we play as the legal department there, to ensure that goal number 17 of the SDGs is realized. There was a question also around the relevant government priority outcomes. And I must thank you, Chairperson, because you've just provided guidance to the CFO that where we don't understand, we should really just engage the colleagues and they'll be able to provide guidance. On this issue, what we can report on as part of the government priorities was dealing with the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide. Now, we've released reports around this work around GBVF index, the sexual and reproductive health and rights, around teenage pregnancy and so forth, which are forming part, in our view, of government's priorities there. But of course, I acknowledge there may be that different expectations were there under the question, but this is how we understood the work and we've presented that. Chairperson, there was a question around the update on the Legal Practice Council. And what I know, Chairperson, that this is an issue that has been ongoing before this committee. What I can report on is that we had an in-depth engagement. Actually, I was part of the team that engaged the Legal Practice Council at the time, I think sometime in November 2022, where the view was that the CG should not, per the legislation and by the constitution, take on legal work. We differed with that viewpoint, and we were able to meaningfully engage with the Legal Practice Council, and they agreed in principle that the request to have the CG included in the Legal Practice Act is not unfounded. And they have referred us to the Department of Justice to pursue this matter further. We have accordingly engaged the Department of Justice, and the last report that we have as of last week is that the legal opinion of including the CG in the Legal Practice Council is concluded, and that the matter is under consideration by the Department of Justice. And what we are asking for here is that we don't need a full-blown review process of the Legal Practice Act. We want the Legal Practice Act to follow a review in terms of the judicial amendments processes, wherein we can just add the Commission for Gender Equality in the Act without really opening the entire legislation for comments. So we are anticipating a response, hopefully by the end of this month, if not next week, because the intention was to provide us with the feedback last week, Friday. Unfortunately, we did not get that. So we'll be closely engaging the colleagues so that they can expedite that. We do believe on this one, we have a strong case to justify our involvement in the Legal Practice Act. And because it was always there in terms of the Attorneys Act. So we hope that the Justice Department will expedite and provide us with feedback there. There was a question around the key challenges that we've experienced under the financial year. I will not reiterate the point of the change of leadership in the organization, but we've also experienced limitation within the Commission for Gender Equality Act to enforce our recommendations on various research reports and investigations. And we do hope that once we get a favorable outcome, we would be able to address this challenge going forward. There was a question, Chairperson, around the organizational environment. Currently, we have 82 staff members, and the statistics are there in terms of senior management. Between level 13 to 15, we have 5. At highly skilled supervision, we have 43. Highly skilled between level 6 to 8 is 23. And skilled employees is 11. And that gives us a total of 82 employees within the organization. The next question was around the current vacancies. In terms of secretariat, we have, at the time we had the IT manager, but we committed to appoint an IT manager. He was supposed to start by January this year. Unfortunately, there was an issue regarding his availability to come, and we ended up finding ourselves in court because we had concerns about the lack of honesty of the candidate to avail himself to come to work. But he has taken us to court and we are defending that matter because we strongly believe that right from the recruitment angle, if one does not demonstrate the values of the organization, being a fit and proper person, we must just right from the beginning take a decisive position that we are not going to have that person within the organization. So because of dishonesty, we ended up not appointing the person. Under the financial year, we also had a challenge with the legal researcher. The legal researcher was not there under the financial year, but under the financial year 2023-2024, I can safely say that we are joined by the legal researcher who's assisting us a lot within the department. The assistant director and the directors under the research department were vacant under the financial year in question, but we have moved to reduce this number already under 2023-2024. Some of those that have just joined us, I think the week before last, if not last week. The provincial manager for Free State is still vacant, but recruitment processes have commenced. The legal officer for Northwest and Eastern Cape at the time were vacant. I can safely say that they have commenced, I think last month or so, and we still have a receptionist that is vacant at head office. The office assistant in the provincial office as well was vacant, but we were able to appoint that. The parliamentary liaison person is still vacant. The personal assistant to the CEO is still vacant, and the personal assistant reasonable accommodation to the commissioner at the time was not filled, but I can safely say that now it has been completed and we have the colleague with us within the organization. At the time, we had, I think one point to just mention is that the CEO position was filled during the 2022-2023, but currently we do have that position vacant. And in as far as dismissal, the statistics was that under the financial year, we only had one dismissal, but under 2023, this has improved because the chief internal audit person was also not reflecting under 2022-2023. There were specific outstanding matters when we were referred to the BRR, and what we observed from the CGE is that there was a question around the case management within the CGE, and we can report that we have developed the standard operating procedures to strengthen the assessment of complaints by the Commission. This process has assisted in the referring matters that should ordinarily not be handled by the CGE, but by other state organizations. For example, the referral of maintenance matters to the Department of Justice. The legal department is in the process of reviewing the complaints handling manual to strengthen the handling of complaints. We have also strengthened the handling of these complaints, wherein the head of legal every quarter has to, on his own, go through those files, make sure that proper strategies and approaches are applied by the legal officers. The provincial managers are playing a pivotal role here in making sure that checks and balances are done. We have administrators who have now been brought into the system as well to assist in making sure that administrative responsibilities are adhered to by the legal officers. So we have pulled our resources from internal and make sure that we assist each other. And what I like so far is that the reports from provinces and provincial managers definitely demonstrate that there's an improvement in terms of case management from provinces accordingly. So we think this measure is coming in handy. There was also a question around the visibility of the CGE under the period. The CGE has broadened its scope of gender mainstreaming training, and inclusion of government and the private sector has been added to the scope. And strategic transformative engagements with stakeholders on various public discourse issues that are related to the CG mandate with the institutions of interest has also added value to the scorecard that we have. And in addition to that, I think our social media and our website, amongst others, were challenging under the financial in question. You'll have noted that in recent months, we have reviewed and we have a renewed CGE website to make it sure that the work of the CGE can be clear to stakeholders who are interested around the gender work. We have also taken initiatives of now writing our newsletter articles to share some of the work from our researchers, public education officers, and legal officers, and innovatively developed also the gender space that is currently airing on DSTV channel 340. This includes all commissioners and the staff members in respect of different areas of expertise. But it's also important, Chairperson, that I mentioned that under you can go to the next one. Yeah, it's fine. Yes, it's important to also mention, Chairperson, that there were 4 critical matters that we involved in for litigation purposes. One was the Van Beek versus the Minister of what is this, Ghana? Where we're challenging Section 25 of the Basic Conditions of Employment Act. We have been admitted there as the core applicant at the Constitutional Court. And this is a matter that requires, or where the Section 25 and 26 of the Basic Conditions are challenged to the extent that they exclude fathers to have 4 months paternity leave. And that's where we are. And we are hoping that we'll have a favorable decision there. We have also ended the proceedings in the matter of Toko versus the state, because the view that was expressed by the court was that our concern was around the understanding of consent when it comes to relationships, because it is viewed that implied consent can be accepted as consent in rape matters. So we have entered the proceedings there, and the matter will be heard sometime, I think the 14th of November, and we're hoping that we'll have a better understanding of implied consent when it comes to rape matters. We have just finalized the Grayling versus the Minister of Home Affairs. I think this week, if honorable members were watching, we were able to succeed in having Section 7.3 of the Divorce Act being declared unconstitutional, and we view it as a victory. So that is one of the third matter that we were involved in under the financial year 2022-2023. Chairperson, then that brings me to the end of the non-financial performance. I'll then hand over to my CFO to then bring in the financial matters. Thank you, Chairperson.
I'm interested in hearing what was your contestation with regards to the Divorce Act.
Well, Chairperson, we should really applaud this one and really celebrate, because our view right from the beginning has been that you have women who are entering marriages out of community of property without an accrual system. And the trend that we are observing as the commission as of late demonstrate that women who enter into such marriages often perform non-financial responsibilities, and they directly or indirectly contribute towards the growth of the estate of their husbands. And what is unfortunate is that when the estates have accrued, you have a person who decides, for reasons known to them, of course, which we respect, that they want to divorce. And upon divorce, all those non-financial contributions that women make in the marriage are not recognized. And you have women walking away literally with nothing. And they have contributed monumentally to the growth of those estates. And that is a contestation that we brought before the court. We have further said there are childcare responsibilities that women play at home, domestic related roles as well, that are not appreciated and recognized upon divorce. And we were arguing that all that indirectly contributes towards the growth of the estate of the other party. And to have a decision where now non-financial contributions are excluded is to the prejudice of women. And we took it from an international point of view where it is acknowledged that when it comes to marriage, there is an unequal bargaining power, particularly for women. And we were arguing that we must recognize that as a country. We must acknowledge that non-financial contribution should be put in the same weight as financial contribution. And that is a viewpoint that we canvassed with the court. And we are happy because when we listened to the judgment and we read the judgment, we saw that the decision was actually influenced by that school of thought, which we welcome greatly as the CG. So we're quite proud on that. And we do believe that it's a historical judgment from 1984 that has been the status quo, and it's only in 2023 that we're able to turn things around. And it's something that we are really proud of as the CG. Thank you, Chairperson.
Wow. Yo. So abafazi kufanele bagijime manje baye e-court. Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we are done with the CEO, so I think we will go to the CFO, and then afterwards you will guide us how we'll take the questions. CFO, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. The system is saying host disabled attendees screen sharing, so I'm unable to share. If I may request to be assisted there.
It's done, Antoinette.
Thank you so much. Hope you can see my screen now.
Lutho.
Yeah. Correct. On my side, it shows that. Okay, thank you. This is the financial aspect of our audited financial statements for the 2022-2023 financial year. Table of contents, we've covered issues like financial performance, audit outcomes, overview of audit report, inclusive of prior periods, outstanding matters, assets, as well as audit action plan for the audited period. On the financial performance part of it, we are reporting that we have recorded a surplus of 7.3 million as at the end of the financial year in question, with a retention of surplus of 14.9 million, which was inclusive of the commitments that we incurred but were not paid as at the end of the financial year. We have submitted to Treasury during September, and they have approved 9.3 million, and the balance of 5.6 million we expected to pay back to the Department of Women, Youth, Persons with Disabilities before the 30th of November. So a plan is in place to make sure that we process such payment. And on the annual allocation, for the period 2022-2023, we were supposed to receive 100 million, and we have spent 94.9 million, which is 94%. With us receiving only 92 million as at the end of the financial year, and the balance of 8 million, we received it in April 2023 after we had to do a follow-up with Department of Women to check why did they pay us, and it was an error on their part, and then they pay us in April. On the over and under expenditure, the primary contributors were mainly the personnel cost due to positions that were vacant and not filled under the financial year under review, as well as the 4 commissioners' positions that became vacant for 4 months, where the old term ended in October and the new appointments were only finalized on the 1st of March, on the last month of the financial year. General expenditure, we had some over expenditure items that were due to spending on the mandate of the organization of 3.7 million, but they were funded from the savings that we identified in February through an adjustment budget that was approved by plenary. And we also received donor funding from the Auditor General towards the end of the financial year in March of 178,000. That was disclosed on our AFS, and it was 166,000, and with the 18,000 from FNB that they were assisting us with the 25-year anniversary function to pay for the venue. And all this was disclosed on the financials, and the spending part of it will happen in this financial year. And all this contributed to the 7.3 surplus that we've achieved. There was an interest portion of 1.2 million that we earned from the positive balance of 19.2 million as at end of the financial year. There we will be taking that 5.6 million to pay back to Department of Women. On goods and services, we have spent 94 million in total, which inclusive of employee-related cost of 59 million. And we also spent 1.9 million on consultants. I'll deal with it as we go along on the breakdown of the consultants' fees. Transfers and subsidies, they said 100 million that we only received 92, and the balance in April. On the unauthorized expenditure, we did not incur any unauthorized expenditure in this particular financial year due to the fact that our adjustment budget was approved by plenary in February, as well as we couldn't input it on the system because we're using the old Sage. It has limitations with the different areas of changing the budget. You implement once and you cannot change. However, we are in a process of upgrading to the Sage 300. There is also having options of loading adjustment budgets. Commitments, deviations, and variances. Our commitments were adding up to the 13 million as at end of the period, which were inclusive of operational expenditure items of 12.6 million. Deviations were based on the audit outcomes, amounted to the 212,000. Irregular expenditure that was incurred in the 2022-2023 financial year, it was 1 million, and in the prior period of 2021-2022, it was 10 million, and this is mainly due to the dispute that we have with AG on how we allocate the rotation of a legal panel. However, when they were appointed through the SCM processes. So the first correspondence that we made to Treasury last year, they responded in August. However, they were very brief in terms of their response. They said they are not in agreement with AG. However, they listed the processes to say when you go out on tender, you must include the specifications and the likes. And then AG banked on that. We had further engagements. However, we agreed now that let them give us this technical review write-ups that we've been waiting for it. It came through this morning. I think they know that the meeting we have today. So we'll take it and then submit to the Office of the Procurement Office by next week for the further assessment, because right now we just want them to pronounce themselves to say, in as much as you've disagreed with AG, be specific. Where are you disagreeing with them? Is it an internal control deficiency or is it an irregular expenditure? And we agreed with AG to say, moving forward, we'll take it that way. When they come back for the next audit, we will then implement whatever that Treasury is pronouncing themselves on. On the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we have incurred 1.4 million versus the 2.7 million of the prior periods. Most of it was based on the part-time commissioners. And as it has been reported before that this process has been eliminated from the new commissioners part of it, all all part-time commissioners are paid in line with the timesheets that are submitted. And we also engaged with AG, which Chairperson was also part of that engagement in July, and we resolved that. Let's write to the Office of the Accountant General. We wrote to them, and we had a meeting with the Office of the Accountant General where they wanted to find out the details of this, and it was explained thoroughly. And we are just waiting for their response, where they pronounce themselves to say this is an internal control deficiency, not a fruitless and wasteful expenditure, because the reports were presented to them. They requested for such so that they can see that it was not fruitless. People worked and they were paid. It's just that the timesheets were not there. And the matter of the PA to reasonable accommodation, the other one left in January 2022, and the last one has recently been absorbed internally in another position. So this matter is now cleared by nature. On the use of consultants, consulting and professional fees, we have spent 1.9 million in this financial year, and prior periods we've spent 1.4 million. These short-term contracts are mainly up to 12 months as per assignment or when there's a need. For example, at internal audit, we only have one person currently who's an internal auditor, because the other one that has been that left hasn't been replaced as yet. So we do co-source internal audit activities that are classified under consultants as when there's a need. We also, with the SAGE system that we're using, we require support from them, and then they will charge us consultancy fees on that. Same as with the leave management system, now and then we require the support services and we will be charged accordingly. Professional fees, where they design our formal reports, we solicit such services externally because we do not have the capacity internally. And on the report on the financial misconduct and measures against officials guilty of misconduct investigations. On this one, unfortunately, as it has been explained before, we couldn't have investigations taken place under the period under review, based on the fact that the former internal auditor was refusing to conduct such. However, then consequences management were implemented on him. On the audit outcomes, we have received an unqualified audit opinion. However, it had material findings for the year ending 31 March 2023. The material findings, as Ntokozo explained earlier on, mainly on the expenditure management, where they felt that the issue of the part-time commissioners we didn't deal with. On the irregular expenditure that was caused by the recruitment of those PAs in question, we didn't do as the first one being the one of the legal panel that is still under engagements with Treasury or OCPO. Consequences management, we're still indicating the same to say not at that point. However, the former CEO and the former chief audit executive went through a disciplinary process. However, it started with the first one started to end in March, just towards the end of March, and then it went through until June this year. And on the procurement and contract management, mainly those are the issues we had when it comes to the dispute on the panel rotation, and on the one that says the tenders which fail to achieve the minimum qualifying score for functionality criteria. This one we engaged thoroughly with AG, but to our surprise, when they were finalizing the report, it landed there. And there were just a lot of shorthand that we just have to upgrade and improve on when we do the next audit. I know we had a lot of disagreements with AG, but it's one of those things that we just need to manage as we move along. On the overview of the audit report pertaining to outstanding matters from previous periods, in particular the audit action plan, part-time commissioner's story, the legal opinion was sourced in the past, part-time commissioners' work, and they have been submitting timesheets since November, soon after the old term ended. And there was a baseline that was used using the circular at that time, but at this point in time, we do not have a baseline at all. We just process as the chairperson reported earlier on. And while we're waiting for that assessment outcome from the Office of the Accountant General, where a clarification meeting was done, every parties are on the same page. It's just a matter of saying, when we get that pronouncement, we engage with AG further, and this matter should be cleared. Auditor General's finding for the 2021-2022 financial year, we addressed them as follows. We had 59 audit findings, and we have resolved 44 which equates to 75%, and the remaining 25% were affected by all these outstanding issues, such as the investigations that could not be done, the 100 hours matter, as well as the legal dispute in question. So if we can get all these matters resolved, our audit action plan will be cleared easily for this financial year. On the asset part of it, we are reporting that as at 31st March 2023, the carrying value of our assets were in total of 10.3 million, with a breakdown of office furniture at 1.1 million, motor vehicles at 6.1 million, office equipment at 332,000, IT equipment at 2.3 million, as well as leased assets at 309,000. Our audit action plan for the 2022-2023 financial year have been compiled in August because the audit ended end of July. So in August, the audit action plan was compiled, and it will be presented at our next Audit and Risk Committee meeting, which is scheduled on the 23rd of October. With all being said, thank you for your time. This is the end of our presentation.
Thank you very much. CFO, let me get hands from honorable members. Honorable Masondo, Oberman, Masiko, and Honorable Sharif, in that order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members and the CGE officials. I just have a few questions, Chairperson, here. What were the key drivers of success for each of the CGE strategic outcomes for 2022-2023? What are the key challenges or barriers the CGE have identified that hinder achieving these strategic outcomes? And what would be required to address these challenges and or potential barriers? Are there any risk mitigating measures currently in place to address the challenges? If not, why not? If yes, what are those? How did this team allow the decline of the CGE? How exactly did the organization turn itself around when more than half of the targets were not met? How far has the CGE come in achieving the goals identified in the strategic plan 2019 to 2024? What will the CGE do to increase its visibility and impact in order to achieve its strategic outcomes? Nearly a year later, since the CGE engaged with the Legal Practice Council and with the state law advisor, what is the legal standing on the CGE?
That one, I think they it.
Or the yes, I heard it, Chairperson. I can just pass it. What is the CGE assessment of how the country is performing in terms of achieving NDP, SDG, and Agenda 2063 goals for 2022-2023 based on the work the CGE has done in the year under review? What are the key challenges? How can this be addressed? And what needs to be prioritized for the rest of MTSF period? The Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities notes in its annual report for 2022-2023 that it's reviewed the National Gender Policy Framework, but the reference is made in the CGE annual report in this regard. Has the CGE accessed the reviewed framework by the department? Why did certain commissioners either not report against a strategic objective within a given quarter, or many not have submitted a report at all? Was any consequence management imposed? If not, why not? The last one, what is the expectation of how much time a commissioner should be spending in province he or she they are allocated to, and how is this assessed? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable Berman.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and colleagues. Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to know from the CGE, with regards to your research report on illegal initiation schools that are currently mushrooming and surpassing registered initiation schools, and there's been fatalities of over 700 youth in the past decade. Is there a report on your implementation of your recommendations available? And when last have you followed up that your recommendations are implemented? Then I'd like to know, with regards to localizing SDGs in municipalities, how many gender mainstreaming sessions were held? Oh no, you said 21. So how do you measure of the gender mainstreaming sessions? And what were the budget or the cost for your GAD workshops, and how many were hosted? And how do you measure the impact for these? And with regards to community radio initiatives, are these successful? And if so, why are you limiting media buying? And you did give us an update on your legal standing, your standing as a legal entity and the matter with the Legal Practice Council. I'd like to know, what direct effect does this have on litigation, especially gender violence and femicide cases, and how long do you foresee will the legal practice review take? And I want to know, how many linked litigations have you had with the South African Human Rights Commission, and how many have you had while you're awaiting the amendments to the CGE Act? With regarding to your case file management, I'd like to know how many cases were pending at the end of 2022-2023, and with regards to investigations of prior years or the prior financial year, what are the status of each investigation, and what are the reasons that your business plan took 2 years to finalize? And how do you currently monitor the courts, and what accountability measures were there for not monitoring SEPs? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Masivo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good afternoon to your good self once again. Honorable Chair, most of the questions that one wanted to attend to have been asked, but I just want to make a general comment around the decline in terms of the performance of CGE. I'm doing so, Chairperson, fully aware and understanding the fact that we are coming from a very turmoil period with CGE in terms of the instability caused by the commissioners themselves and in terms of the top management of the organization. I'm also saying this, Chairperson, considering the fact that as this portfolio committee, when we started in 2019, we took an organization which was, performing quite well in terms of meeting its target, performing quite well in terms of the issue, in terms of governance of the organization, as well as leadership and oversight by management. So it is a concern, Chairperson, if we would leave and complete this term as this portfolio committee having left an organization that is still in distress. So as I had said, that most of the questions have been asked, Chairperson, but I think it would be important for the overall assessment by by CGE on issues of concern which have been raised. I know that we have dealt with one of them, and part of it was a misunderstanding between the CGE itself or plenary, as well as the Auditor General. But amongst the issues, Chairperson, which have also been raised by the Audit and Risk Committee around the issue of concerning as well with the Auditor General, which are quite important and speaks to the core in terms of the existence of an organization and performance of the organization, around issues of compliance with legislation, as well as issues of internal control deficiencies, which have been highlighted obviously by the Auditor General and Audit and Risk committees. So my concern, Chairperson, and it's my biggest concern, is around the issue of the decline in target achievement, which is also coupled by underspending of or within the organization. So I'm saying that we do understand, Chairperson, the period, but I think that there must be a session that is going to be undertaken where there is going to be a level of strategic planning in terms of ensuring that the challenges that we've highlighted and the barriers that CGE has identified in terms of it hindering its achievement in terms of the strategic outcome is looked into. So we must be able, Chairperson, to request a full report on the turnaround, because I think that's what's important. As I'm saying that it's quite important for us as a portfolio committee to say that when we left in terms of the end of the term of office, these issues that we have raised, a decline in target achievement, issues of compliance, issues of governance, overall governance, issues of leadership and oversight on terms of the commissioners and of the oversight responsibility they are playing over the organization. It's important, Chairperson, and that's what I'm saying, that my concern is around that. I know that honorable members have dealt with the issues of a case management, which is quite important, but also court monitoring for me is important. How did CGE monitor courts in the past, given reasons that have been cited, Chairperson? I think it's important that we look into that. Chairperson, as I said, most questions have been asked, but my focus now is how do we then pick up and turn around? We've got new commissioners, and I'm sure that they'll be bringing in some new blood and a new insight on how we will be able to ensure that this organization is an organization that we had inherited when we started this term of office as this portfolio committee. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masibo. Honorable Sheriff.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, first, let me come out to say the amount of targets is not clear. Is it 25? Is it 26 targets? It's written 25 in the annual report. But the AGN, the ARC, as well as how we counted it in the APP, is 26 targets. If just clarity around that. However, only reaching 12 of your targets is not good. And even though the CEO might feel that he can justify the lack of meeting targets, I don't think that you can. I think that you guys set your own targets, therefore you know what is expected of you to reach that target. And so we expect you to reach your targets. And I hope that the CGE really works on ensuring that they meet their targets, because this is not a good look. 1.9 million rand is used for consultants. What are they doing? If we can maybe just get an understanding, I think we must be consistent as the portfolio committee in terms of the use of consultants. If we can get a report on what these consultants are being used for. Of course, we understand Auditing Risk Committee, Health and Safety Risk Committee. Those are necessary, but when it comes to writing research reports, when it comes to doing work that in fact should be done internally, then it becomes concerning. How will they strengthen internal controls, as the recurring finding has been on the lack of internal controls? The fact that targets were not met around the monitoring of courts and TCCs is not good. This is unacceptable. Courts, TCCs, SAPs, NPA, DNA backlogs, FCS units, this is where GBVF is, this is where justice for GBVF starts and ends. And I expect better from the CGE to do more when it comes to playing their oversight role in keeping these institutions accountable. That is why you are a Chapter 9 institution. So you have the independence and the power to hold government entities to account. If you are not doing oversight on them, how do you hold them accountable? So not meeting those targets are unacceptable, and I want that to be noted, please, Chairperson. What is the plan in terms of risk mitigation, especially looking at oversight across the justice system, like I just mentioned? And lastly, Chairperson, is everybody back at the office, or are there still people working from home? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sharif. Honorable Boni.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, to all members and participants on the platform. Chairperson, let me appreciate the reports as presented to us this afternoon, but mine will be just few issues that I want to raise, starting with the forced sterilization. I need to mention that one is pleased to see that this initiative or area of focus is going to be continued come 2024. It is very important because we cannot have people being forced into sterilization without any consent or either of the guardian or the person themselves. So I think it needs to be continued. It's very important, Chairperson. Women cannot be subjected to such acts of people deciding on their behalf without checking with the families or the individuals. The other one, Chairperson, is on the, I think was page 9 of their slides on the issue of community radios, the work that they are doing, reaching out to communities through community radio stations. I think it's a good one that also needs to be continued, but one would also want to check with the CGE in terms of the language, because as we know, in different areas, language becomes an issue in terms of communication. We can communicate on a daily basis, but if it is not reaching the actual target of a specific area in the country, it's just as good as people not getting any information. So I think the issue of language as we communicate on these radio communities, because some of them use different language or lingo per area. So one would just want to check on that one. Are we really reaching out in terms of the language issue in our country? Also noting the issue that we also added into our languages, we have now more in terms of sign language as well for those who are using sign language. The other one, Chair, is on the learner pregnancy policy. I see it, CGE, they are focusing on that one, trying to do some work. But the concern is it talks about the girl. Does it go to an extent of it will need to go to an extent of checking, because that girl is not pregnant, impregnate themselves, or they must be a partner or another player in the game. Is there a work that is going to check in terms of if it's an underage or a school-going girl, who is behind, who was involved? Because sometimes we focus on the girl and they will stay home, whilst if it's a boy also going to the school, same school, they continue their education without any consequences or so on. And also if it's underage pregnancy, what happens if there are, because in some areas we'll hear of teachers impregnating young girls. Is there going to be work done? I know in some areas people are focusing on that one, but I wanted to check from the side of CGE, is it going to be focusing on that to find out who is actually, who was involved with a girl falling pregnant, so that we don't just seem to be dealing with a girl, but leaving the people also responsible in the whole thing. Yeah, because some of them, if it's underage pregnancy, and if it's an elder or about someone senior than in terms of age than that of the girl, it means there will be issues of statutory rape that needs to be also looked into, Chairperson. And then also one wants to appreciate the training that the CGE is working, is reporting on the 4 areas of training that has been conducted, training and development. We want to appreciate that, but if they can also increase and reach out to more people, or particularly young people out there, to make sure that it reaches many people as possible, so that people start to understand also what CGE is all about. On the issue of social media, Chairperson, I want to appreciate that initiative or that area of focus by CGE, but noting that in some areas or provinces or towns or rural areas, network or data thing into it, this Wi-Fi thing is a problem. How is CGE going to try and engage with provinces in ensuring that information reaches everybody? An issue of Wi-Fi, what is it that is going to happen? Because currently we see in some areas where young people, as they are sitting around malls or even taverns that have Wi-Fi the whole day, just to do their work and or access social media like your Google and so on. But when they get home, they don't get those Wi-Fi issues, connectivity and so on. So how is CGE going to deal and engage with provinces in making sure that their issues on social media platforms reaches everybody in the country? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Who can respond? CGE. Chair, you can allow other commissioners to also respond to the questions raised by honorable members. And the CFO and acting CEO, they can also respond.
Thank you, Chair. I will start off with the CEO and the CFO, and then we will go round to respond. Just to ask the commissioners who are not in this room to please SMS on our group WhatsApp which questions they would be comfortable to take, just so that it's properly coordinated. Otherwise, I will appoint. Thanks.
Yeah, I think there are commissioners that are on the platform. I've seen Ngomane, Leanne.
Yes,
they're not in the office. And I've seen.
We are here, Chair.
Yeah, in the office, it's you, the deputy chair.
I do, and Gumede.
Naidu, and Gumede, and who? Nifo?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. All right. CEO qala yena or qala wena? Chair.
Kuqala CEO, no CFO.
CEO, when it's like he's promising, eh?
Oh yes, Chair. Very, very. We are happy, Chair.
Okay, you can start.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. And I must just apologize in case I missed any question, but I trust that the colleagues and commissioners will also help me here. The Chairperson, allow me please to just highlight the fact that we are not shying away from the fact that we don't have internal controls. When I was requested to act as the CEO, one of the first things that I've requested was the terms of reference, right? The terms of reference of the management of the organization. And what I was informed, or what I got to understand, is that we did not have the terms of reference. Now, that to me is a critical point that we must, that we can safely say it has a serious bearing on other activities within the organization. Irrespective of a CEO who comes in, if a CEO comes in and is able to run the organization without the terms of reference of management, then that is problematic. Because what defines that relationship between management, the commissioners, and extended management and staff members broadly? So this is the first point that you start to understand that there's a serious gap there. And that is why you will see and note that we have now multiple challenges. You'll have multiple challenges in terms of performance information. You'll have multiple challenges in terms of report writing, qualitative reports being submitted in time, because the structure exists, but the terms of that structure do not exist, and therefore are not able to hold each other accountable. So what we have done as part of mitigating the risk was starting right from the beginning and that is, can we establish the terms of reference of the management of the organization, so that management as a structure is able to hold itself accountable when certain things are not done in time. So we started right from there, Chairperson and honorable members, establishing, I think we started it now in recent months, the proper seating of management, informed by terms of reference, having resolutions from management, following each other regarding the implementation of those recommendations, and so forth. So the starting point in terms of risk management, although it's an issue that internal audit or AG has not raised, but in my own observation, I found that this is the starting point, because you have a structure that exists, but information flow, holding each other accountable, it is very problematic. And it may actually talk to the issue of consequence management, because without a terms of reference, how do we hold each other accountable? At what point do we start to say, HOD research, HOD PI, you have failed to do X, Y, and Z? So the starting point for me, which was very important, was the terms of reference. And I must say that it's an issue that the broader management has welcomed, because they themselves felt that maybe this is where we should start. So we have started from that angle, and the meetings so far and decisions of management are now informed by a tool of some sort, which we will welcome. And of course, there might be areas that still need improvement in terms of that. And where we are as management, I think we are committed to turn things around. So it may now answer the question, but how were things done before, and why suddenly there's a huge drop? Because the structure was not informed by terms of reference. I genuinely believe so. Therefore, anyone can go any direction. If the poor quality of report is submitted, how do we verify that? You know, so I strongly felt that it was a huge achievement for us as management to do in recent months. And in fact, because of that, we were now able to reflect on the audit findings that we've picked up as an organization, the gaps that we have identified in certain units, and we started to develop action plans to try to address some of those issues. One of those things that we've picked up as management because of this was that we actually don't have an employment equity forum, a critical component which would actually assist the CGE even in terms of representation of persons in different occupational levels. We've agreed that we need to establish an employment equity forum. That has been established. We have appointed also an employment equity manager, so that the CG itself can lead the transformation agenda and can be an example when it comes to equity as well. So we were able to establish that in the past months or so that our processes can be informed by something. You know, when we are looking for a CEO now, when we are looking for a CFO, what informs the criteria? So the Employment Equity Forum and its report should provide that necessary guidance, so that at least we know that we are also compliant with the Employment Equity Act. So we are happy from that angle that we are correcting things that were not proper there. So we have also developed a risk register, both from strategic level and operations. There are a number of risks that we've identified, and through this management committee now, we are saying let's hold each other accountable. If we have agreed that there's a different misrepresentation of the CG Act and its mandate, which is a risk that we've identified, we have agreed in that risk register that we need to have a session and an engagement where we clarify each other regarding the role of the CGE in a broader society informed by legislation. So we started doing that. So yes, I acknowledge the fact that under 2022, 2023 that was done, but for this current year, we have identified risks that as management, we are holding each other accountable. And so far, the support coming from the broader staff and colleagues has demonstrated that all we needed was these tools to direct how we should function as an organization. So far, we are happy from that angle. And it may answer perhaps the question of how did we allow the poor performance? How did we allow the underachievement? My blunt answer, Chairperson, would be we did not have proper systems in place. We could not hold each other accountable. So if we have these systems now, your risk registers there, your audit plans that is being followed up, and your internal control system that will include your terms of reference, the proper assessments of performance of senior management, that helps a lot, because then we're able to see who is doing what and who's not doing what and hold each other accountable. So we've allowed this, unfortunately, because those key systems that promote accountability were not effective within the organization. And we are hoping that with what we have started, we'll turn things around. So that is part of the mitigation factors that we are noting. The internal audit has proposed something very important to us, was that it's not sustainable, the current structure of the organization, where you have almost 9 people or more reporting to the office of the CEO. They have recommended that we should actually have a person in the office of the CEO who would be responsible for monitoring and evaluation and performance information. And I said to in our engagement that I welcome that. I will be tabling this before plenary to say I need a buy-in from plenary that we should actually have somebody who is an M&E person, somebody in the office of the CEO who would really assist with performance information. Because the current structure as it is now, it's not sustainable. You're going to make mistakes in the process. I think what is important for me and the team was that identifying what is actually the problem and now coming up with mechanisms to try to address that. So performance information is something that has also contributed to the poor performance of the organization under the reporting period. But when we push to have an M&E person who will really deal with performance information, will help the organization to go a long way. What are the barriers there? The barriers I've identified, Chairperson, was that we did not really have the proper internal systems in place to really assist us to deal with the outputs and challenges then. And consequently, we could not hold each other accountable. And that is because if I'm the head of legal, I just do what I have to do in terms of the APP and I submit to the CEO. There's no structure that will then say, before you submit to the CEO, is this the information correct? Did you capture information correct? And so forth. So this is where the gap is. And we've agreed that going forward, it's something that we will address. But the appointment of somebody in the office of the CEO, I really think it will help us accordingly. There was a question around the visibility of the CGE. Chairperson, we have done something very incredible with the gender space this financial year. As I've said, it's a program that is currently airing on DSTV, wherein now we are saying that we want to demystify the concepts around gender equality to society. That is actually part of our mandate. We're just doing it a little bit differently now. We wanted a slot, a space where we can really deal with issues and have a proper understanding. What do we mean about gender equality? Let us talk about the work of the CGE so that people can have a proper understanding. Because we appreciated the fact that there's a misrepresentation or misunderstanding of the work of the CGE. there's a misunderstanding about what is gender equality and why gender equality is important in society. Now, we have brought in commissioners with their specialty, different specialties, and they're engaging in that space. And so far, we are happy with the feedback that we're getting from different stakeholders in the society, that this was a much needed program that was needed in society. And we are happy with that. And it will go a long way. You have the chairperson, we have opened the session last week. Yesterday, we had the legal officers who are now indicating or discussing the marriage bill and why it's important to have a single marriage bill in legislation in the country. And we'll have others who will also talk about different social dimensions that exist in society. And we believe that that is us discharging a mandate, but in a different way to try to reach people in different sectors in society. And now maybe the question that was asked perhaps by the last honorable member, but I want to link with this one, if I may, is that, but then how do you then reach the broader society? How do you reach communities? Chairperson, one of the things that we must acknowledge is that we are limited in terms of the number of colleagues in provinces. We have one legal officer, one education officer, but that is something that I'm sure the committees are aware of. The question is, how do we do things differently? And we believe that if we cannot reach the broader society through our social media platforms, but they have access to a television, this will be the platform. But if they don't have a television and they don't have data, what we do then is do our own situational analysis to determine issues in provinces, and we visit those provinces and we have our outreach programs. I had the opportunity for years, Chairperson, to attend those outreach programs, and I have seen how they have impacted the lives of most people in society. But can we reach every corner of society? Currently, no. And that is why we are coming up with this business model that we have to push, so that we have to reach every sector of society and get to understand what are the key issues there, so that the CG can intervene accordingly. So in those outreach programs, I always say to colleagues, we cannot overlook their importance, because now in those sessions, the language and the demonstration of the officials to show that they understand the challenges on the ground is very important. And we have seen how now there's a broader understanding about what the CG does at the community level. And why am I saying that? Because we see now NGOs are able to refer specific cases to the organization, which they feel and strongly that the CG must intervene. And we have done so. In recent times, we had cases where now we had children who were eating papers. And because an NGO referred such a matter to the CGE, because at the ground level, we were able to coordinate stakeholder relations through our provincial managers, and we were able to gather. So provincial managers then play the very critical role in that space, because they know our stakeholders and they appreciate that we cannot reach every society. Now they have these databases that they use so that they can reach different sectors of society. But of course, there's still that room for us to do better. And I'm hoping that through the business model, we'll be able to address that. There's a question around the Legal Practice Council that is over a year. Honorable members, I appreciate that. But what the CG is doing, we are not folding our arms and saying that we are going to wait until whenever that the Department of Justice decides. We have strengthened relationship with legal sector entities, and we are using pro bono legal representation to assist in the interim for the CG to appear before courts and represent complainants in different matters. We currently have a matter, I think it's in Limpopo, where now there's a traditional leadership dispute, and it's clear that the exclusion of the complainant is on the basis of gender. Surely we cannot say, because we are not recognized or we're not included in the Legal Practice Act, we're not going to do anything. So what we have done, we have approached different attorneys and law firms that demonstrated interest to participate in such matters. And we were able to get their participation, and we're hoping that we'll get a victory. Evident to that, the recent victory that we are really proud of, the one on the Section 7.3, we did not wait. We sought the assistance of our partners in the legal sector, and they were able to assist the CGE to really discharge that mandate at that level. So I don't think we should be worried that it means the CGE cannot discharge its mandate. There are, of course, certain limitations, but we are not folding our arms. There's something that we are doing, and we are closely engaging the department. We have engaged the Legal Practice Council. We have written to the minister. We have written to the department. What we are waiting for is a feedback that we need. And perhaps maybe if the committee is even permitted to do so, we may even ask to say, how can you assist us to really get to that? Because we've been saying that we report into the portfolio committee, we are accountable there. But I really want to challenge, respectfully so, how is it that you can assist to really expedite that process for us from your level? Because that will be really, really appreciated. Because the marginalized of the marginalized, as I always say, they're waiting for us to deal with that. And for us to achieve this, we need all key role players to assist as best as possible. And if there is a way in which the committee can assist at that level to say, the CG has been writing, how far are you from the other portfolio committee? Really, Chairperson, we will welcome that from where we are. There's a question around, I just missed, let me just make sure I don't miss this. There's a question around the implementation of the recommendations on the illegal initiation schools report that we have done as the CGE. We'll take that one. All right.
But talk about the report.
All right. Yeah. We have, first and foremost, we are monitoring the implementation of the recommendation as the CGE. But I must say, one thing that I've always held is that we are releasing reports after reports, recommendations after recommendations. And we are experiencing non-cooperation from respondents. And we have said internally, this cannot be the norm, where in, year out, we are reporting that, yes, there's this groundbreaking report that we have produced, but what are we doing about it? The challenge centers around the legislation itself, because it's not giving us enough teeth per se, that when you release a report, invoke Section 18, because Section 18 of the CG Act only applies when you issue a notice to appear, but it says nothing when it comes to enforcement of recommendations, an issue which the Human Rights Commission also experienced. So in terms of really making sure that we have a meaningful impact in terms of our recommendation, be it from a research department, be it from the legal department, we need to get clarity from the Supreme Court of Appeal. If need be, it must go to the Constitutional Court, so that we can have an understanding of our role as Chapter 9 in as far as the releasing of recommendations, because currently they are being treated as a nice to have. We have to comply, but we really don't have to comply. That is the attitude that we are having, but we have observed that the limitation perhaps it's within the legislation, because when you compare our legislation with, for example, our sister organization, be it the Office of the Public Protector or the AG, they're crafted differently from ours. And that is where the problem is. And we need to address that, because currently the agenda of the attainment of gender equity or gender equality, we are merely relying on soft law that is not necessarily hard law that we can really enforce. But we want to turn that around and say, since the establishment of the CGE, perhaps then the legislature had a different understanding of what the role of the CGE is, but the dynamics are quite different. They require an institution that can really enforce recommendations without fear or favor. So we really want to amend that legislation. So we're just waiting for the Supreme Court of Appeal, and we'll take it through the Constitutional Court should there be an unfavorable decision from that.
But there's nothing stopping you to write to the Speaker too, especially when coming to issues that are concerning government entities or government departments. There's nothing stopping you to write to the Speaker of Parliament, including if it's provinces, you write to provinces, or you write to the relevant ministers. If you don't get joy, then write to us as the portfolio committee, or to the speaker. But for private sector, because, you know, there are certain policies that are not there, you know,
Yes.
which are not binding to some of the things that they are doing. So they get away free. So you can take them to court.
I welcome that, Chairperson. Thank you so much. Because if now I know that I'll be writing to you through the office of the Chairperson, I will definitely be writing because there are those challenges that we are having. And my view was with the team that we need to somehow involve the portfolio committee. But the how part, I was actually saying to the chair, maybe she needs to guide me here. But now that you're saying it, Chairperson, I will do that. Why? Because there are matters that...
Look,
yes.
For instance, CGE has done well in terms of ensuring that government departments account. For instance, the issue of the DNA kits. It was CGE who identified that there is a shortage of DNA kits in the police stations. And they came, they had a meeting with the police, and the minister, I think, was there. And then that matter was followed up by us also. And the Department of Police had to run and make sure that their police stations do have DNA kits. So you must not feel like you don't have teeth. Where you think you don't have teeth, you'll find teeth.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. There was a question around perhaps a concern around the decline of the target achievement. Chairperson, this is an issue that concerns us also as management at this point. And we had to have a self-introspection and say, but what really transpired here? And how could we have allowed this, and how do we do things differently? And we had that honest discussion, and hence I'm saying from going forward, it's something that we are going to address. But we must also appreciate that under the reporting period, the accounting officer plays a critical role. I have said to commissioners, we were very busy under 2022, 2023. You would have seen from our social media, from various media interviews, we were quite busy with everything except focus on the APP, unfortunately. That is the reality of it. Because if one looked at what we were doing, you would think that that is APP related work, but then when you come in, you realize that that is actually not APP work. So, and that is the challenge we have seen throughout the financial year in question. So what is important is you need the person who will say all the activities that we are doing in a particular financial year must be informed by the APP. Otherwise, you'll find that everyone is doing what they have to do. And I must appreciate the office of the chair, because we had this honest discussion and to say, but is there a way in which we can limit certain things and agree that all things that are done are as per the APP, so that at the end of the day, we are able to hold ourselves accountable that the interviews, the stakeholder engagements are as per the APP. So our challenge was that we needed a driver, we needed an accounting officer who will say, where are you with 2.1? Where are you with 2.3? You needed a management that says, we are slagging on this, and what are we going to do in Q2 to remedy the situation? But unfortunately, all those things, because of poor systems that we were admitting, we were not able to hold each other. So the APP needed a driver, management led by the accounting officer. And we are not excusing in any way the role of management. That's why I said to the team, let us agree that we somehow, management as a structure of an organization dropped the ball. And we have acknowledged that, and we are putting mechanisms in place so that we don't have such things in future. And perhaps it comes from it may also touch on the viewpoint that I think is Honorable Sharif, if I'm not mistaken, that the systems must be there. An accounting officer can come, can go, but the systems must be there. I share that school of thought fully. And that's why we're saying in the past couple of months, can we focus on the establishment of systems so that it doesn't matter who comes and goes. Systems must be there to carry the organization throughout. So that was part of the problems that we had under the financial year 2022-2023. There's a question of our radio station success.
But you see, XTCO, I
Yes,
think not undermine the work that we are doing as an institution, especially sometimes it's work that is done by commissioners. Huh? And for instance, it's up to you when you have system mechanisms and systems in place. The work that they are doing, they'll know that maybe this thing in terms when you look at your key performance areas on the APP, they will be able to say this one falls under this objective, you know, or so that there's nothing for mahala like. Also important. Everything that we are doing as an institution is important. So it needs to be recorded, because once it's not recorded, it means it's not done.
I take note of that, Chairperson. Thank you. There was a question around the impact of the radio stations and the language use. So we are using different languages. Perhaps an area that we need to now look at is the sign language in terms of our programs in communities, which is it's a must-have, and we'll be working on that. But the radio stations have been very, very impactful because of the nature of the content that we deliver. We started to see a number of calls that come in, especially when the different education officers speak on different issues. That results in a number of complaints. Unfortunately, at times, because you don't have all the relevant key players on the ground, you end up having complaints. Once you address the gender-related issue, they still feel that you can also deal with the motor vehicle accident, and which is not something that we can do, unfortunately, because we are critiqued for not handling matters within the mandate of the CGE. So we end up having people.
Motor vehicle accident.
Yes. Unfortunately, those are some of the challenges that we have. We would love to be there and be able to grant all the services, but we have to be informed by our legislation. So you have different people.
Referring them is the right thing to do.
Yes. And what we are doing with the revised complaints handling manual, we want to strengthen the referral system. We need to have a database of all the cases that we refer to, like-minded institutions, but we don't want to stop there. We want to get progress reports in terms of all those referred cases, because the challenge is we refer, they don't get assistance, they still come back to us and say your people are not coming. So we want to strengthen the referral system so that it can have value at the end of the day. There's a question around, Chairperson, the court monitoring and how were we doing it in the past. There were two processes in the past that we were following on court monitoring. There is court monitoring in terms of the facilities of the organization, the statistics of the different courts, be it maintenance courts, sexual offences courts, equality courts, and domestic violence courts. So that was one process that we were following, because then we wanted to know how accessible are these. So I wanted to know how accessible are these courts to most women and persons with disabilities. So we will go in there, we'll interview the clerks of the court, be it equality court, and try to understand whether they've been properly inducted in terms of PEPUDA. We will want to understand whether the presiding officers are designated presiding officers, and what we'll then do is come up with a report and we engage the justice cluster around that. The maintenance courts as well, and the domestic violence court. That was the one form of court monitoring that we are doing. Then the second court monitoring was the monitoring of specific cases before court. That may be a gender-based violence matter, wherein at that point we'll ask to have a sit-in, a watching brief before court. And you'll be surprised, Chairperson, the type of things that often we unearth when we go there in person. And this is where I strongly believe that if we had more capacity, maybe we can actually influence the justice system even more. Because when you go to court, that's when you start to understand why certain cases are being dropped, why certain things are not being prioritized, and we are able to intervene accordingly. We note, for example, one of the matters that we are following in the Palm Ridge Magistrate Court, where now there is an elderly person, Gogo, who's been raped multiple times, and notwithstanding that, you now have a docket. You have a docket that is saying that there is the nolle prosequi, and we don't know why. So when we go on the ground level and we understand these issues, the question is, who do we hold accountable? So there's this project that we are planning as the CGE, particularly with Palm Ridge Magistrate Court, to say there must come an account, because systems are not in order. When you go through the docket, you realize that the reasons outlined by the SPP are not in order. So you actually need a person, Chairperson, you need a chairperson who will go through the docket, who will engage the investigating officer for us to hold the justice cluster accountable. I have been involved, for example, with one of the matters wherein it was said that the complainant could not be found. And the complainant was just a phone call away. And the approach that was taken by the officials was that the matter must be withdrawn because the complainant could not be found. And when that application was moved, I really had to say, but this is not in order, because the complainant was just a phone call. So what it meant is that somebody decided not to call the complainant so that the accused can be released. So you actually need a physical person who would go through the court. So we often get this criticism that CGE, where are you? But if you are in one province, you are one legal officer, it's going to be difficult for you to unearth this. So what do we do at the end? You'll now have to rely on what the investigating officer says. If you are 400 km away from the station, you'll have to rely on what the DPP says. But often these are the culprits. So you need somebody like that to come in. I know my chair wants to say something.
No. I was just saying you are on a roll.
Oh, sorry, Chair. So we are looking at those kind of matters, and if there's a plea that we can make, is for us to meaningfully make an impact in that space of court monitoring, as I'm asked here about how we do that. We need more persons in these courts. We need more people who will be available, because if I go away 400 kilometers from the office, what it essentially means is that there are files that one cannot attend to, and that is where the problem is. But there are problems in the justice system, and if we need a proper understanding of where it falls in terms of the handling, you need a person there. We are starting a program in Northern Cape, because we wanted to test the system from how the case is being reported, how it's being considered by the SPP, when is the DPP coming back, how it's handling by the court, the decision all the way. So we are testing that system in the Northern Cape, because we strongly feel that we cannot rely on what people are saying only. But as the CG, we want to satisfy ourselves that there's a broken system. If there is, we need to understand where it's broken and who do we hold accountable at the end of the day. So that is something that we are doing in terms of the second category of court monitoring by the CGE. And unfortunately, some of these things, Chairperson, you can't even talk about or even write about them, because these are sensitive matters that involve survivors, but that is something that we are doing as an organization. There was a question, and I'll just ask my chairperson and commissioners and see if I missed anything, you will guide me. There was a question around strengthening of control, internal control systems. I agree, and as I've said, as management, we are taking decisive steps to do that, but also to have a performance information person or an M&E person in the office of the CEO would also assist in that space as well. Are there people working from home? No. There are no persons, as far as I understand from Secretariat, There are no persons who are working from home. Everybody is reporting where they are stationed. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Apologies. I was just reminded about Western Cape and the Mpumalanga, because for me, then that is an exception in the sense that they do not have offices now. But there are processes that are underway. I know the chairperson personally went to hunt for an office in the Western Cape, and we are making progress also in the Mpumalanga province, wherein I think by December CFO, if I'm not mistaken, there should be an office there. But the chairperson was also innovative in this space, because I know she had come up with a plan in the interim so that the Western Cape office can also find something and not work from home. But in principle, what I wanted to say is that we don't have, especially for those that have offices, we don't have those that are working from home as a request, except for those two provinces. As far as for sterilization is concerned, of course, we want to see the end of it. What I can report on here, we've issued a notice against the DG. They appeared before the CGE, because one of our challenges was that we were not getting feedback from the department regarding how far they've gone in implementing our recommendations. I've asked them to actually apologize to the CGE, because I strongly felt that the issue is quite important for them to ignore and not update us as a constitutional body that actually initiated the investigation. We got a proper report this time around regarding the status of the investigation. What I can report on around that matter is that from a clinical assessment, we were informed that some of the complainants, medically speaking, were not sterilized. It may just be that it was a natural condition, if one can call it that, that they could not conceive. But that is a report that we are saying as the CGE, we need to interrogate with other medical experts as well, so that we are satisfied that that is a true reflection of that. But what was also highlighted as a reason for not providing feedback to the CGE on time was a number of litigations that have been ensued by a number of complainants that precluded the department from engaging with the department, with the commission. Whilst that was a view that was expressed, we did not accept it, because we still felt that it's important for them to account before the CGE and provide us with feedback so that we can also report accordingly to the complainants that reported to us. I think I've tried to cover as much as I can. Chairperson, I don't know if you want to say anything, or CFO and colleagues, over to you. Thank you.
Chairperson, can I ask that Commissioner Ngomane come in? He's got a challenge with his battery. He will be taking the question on the men and the young boys who are involved in the teenage pregnancies and the initiation, and then afterwards Commissioner Mazibuko will follow up on that. Commissioner Ngomane, you could come in, please. Oh, Chef, I think his battery died. Commissioner Mazibuko.
No, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chair. I'm sorry. No, I'm struggling with my battery here, Chair. You'll forgive me. So I will be reluctant to even switch on my camera, because it will consume it quickly. But I'm trying to charge. We had a serious load shedding problem. Chair, thanks a lot for the opportunity to be here. I will just respond on two questions as the chairperson of CGE has indicated. I must indicate which chair I think I'm talking about, as the chairperson of CGE has indicated. One, on the issue of teenage pregnancy, I think it's a very critical question, that one, because, you know, everyone is focusing on the girl that is getting pregnant, on the girl that is becoming a mother when it's supposed to be a child. But I think the member was correct to say, what about the person who's causing the pregnancy? are they properly trained, these young boys? Because some of them are, other people were saying we must arrest those people for statutory rape. But the question is, what happens if they are of the same age? If they are both 14 or they are both 15, it's clear which it's a failure of society to train these two young kids. So our view as CGE is that we should ensure that the National Adolescent Reproductive Sexual Health Act, I think of 2014, is implemented by Department of Education, by Department of Health, and even Department of Social Development. Because in that act or framework, it's clear what needs to be done in preventing teenage pregnancy in schools and in the society. So maybe as CGE, we need to be more vocal about it, to engage Department of Education and other departments that I have mentioned, but also to encourage public institutions to train the boy child, because most boys see sexual activity as just like nice to have, a hobby of some sort, another entertainment. So they need also to be trained as much as protection of the girl child is important. Training and mentoring of a boy child is also important. So we commit that we will advance that in the next, I'm sure, appearance, we should be able to say we have engaged with this department or institutions, and this is the progress report. We are also engaging with TVET colleges as CGE. We also raise this very sharply. Thanks, Chair. Then on the issue of the death in initiation schools, remember, we've been discussing it for the past, I think, 2, if not 3 months as commissioners, to say what do we do about this catastrophe in our society. We know that the CRL is leading this mandate in the country, but we were also saying as much as boys are dying of cultural issues of initiation, they are also going there in those initiation schools because of their gender. So it's partly a gender issue, it's partly a cultural and a traditional issue. So truly as CGE, we've got a role to play, because if these boys were not boys, they will not go to those initiation schools, they will not die. So we were saying we need to have a session with CRL, see how we partner in fixing this, but mostly in following up on cases that have been opened, because we have learned that cases get opened, but those cases don't lead to prosecution, or even they don't see a day in the court. So we work with CRL to see how best we can protect the boy child in our society, because someone somewhere must be held accountable. And another question is, who gives adequate support to families that are affected by this? And not all boys die. There's some get to be unique because of this process. They get to be permanently emotional and sexually damaged because of some of these illegal initiation schools. Who gives them psychosocial support to make sure that they are able to live with their new reality? So we'll engage with CRL. If it's necessary, we'll engage with Contralesa to agree on how best to protect the boy child in the society. Thank you, Chairperson.
Still on that, Commissioner Goman, I saw a flyer in now, Nabo Commissioner Botha. So the question that I had was, is Commissioner Botha back at work? And because when I see you, I take it that seminar was organized, but I've seen Parliament at the same time. At the same time, there was you, so I was not sure that seminar was initiated by Parliament or yourselves, and if it was initiated by Parliament, so who authorized Commissioner Botha to be part of the panelists if he is still suspended?
Chair, if I may answer your question. Yes, I was pleasantly surprised also to see that flyer. What happened, Chair? I was approached by a NGO, a certain NGO that is organizing. They said to me they've got this seminar or a workshop of some sort on men's issues. I think somewhere in November, or I think early November. They would like me to be their speaker. Normally they do that, and I say yes if I'm not busy. So I said yes because it's Saturday. Then they asked for my profile. I gave them my profile and my picture. Then they sent a flyer. I saw other speakers. Part of them was Commissioner Botha. I also noticed that they are charging, I think, about 400 or 200 to attend there. And normally, as a public servant, where I go for free. So I'm a bit reluctant to go to functions or events where people must pay for my service, which is free. Then I engage with the organizer. Organizer said no, because they are NGO, they are not funded by anyone. They will use that money to hire the venue and provide catering for their guests. It's not for profit purposes. I did not want to engage with him on the issue of Commissioner Botha because the matter is, according to me, sub judice. So if there is any issue between him and the commission, that matter is either dealt through the portfolio committee that you are sharing, Chairperson, or through the courts. So I did not really want to engage with that one. But I must say up front and frankly that Commissioner Botha is an activist in the men's sector. I'm also an activist in the men's sector. So now and then we do meet in other platforms, but I have made a conscious decision that I will not talk to him about the case. And I think he has made also that decision because we greet each other and we talk, except about CGE or any other issue. So that then tomorrow I am not misquoted or he is not misquoted by me. I'm sure when it's the right time, when everything has been concluded or solved, we will talk and reflect on this with him. So that is the long and the short of the issue. But I have met him before. There was a seminar at VETS. He was there as a guest, and I was also invited. But I was not a speaker. We were invited by VETS. I also went to one workshop at Mosaic Theatre. He was a speaker. I was also just there to listen. So now and then we do meet with him. On why he's representing the commission, I also don't know, because I think the chair also in a way asked me, and I told the chair I don't know really about his status as a commissioner there. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, maybe if he's there on his own capacity, it's fine, but he can't represent the commission because he's still on suspension. So maybe, Chair, you need to write to him that he can't be representing go to seminars. We don't deny him his activism, in those issues, Commissioner Ngoman. Even yourself, you can still continue to do the things that you were doing, because you were dealing with those issues before you were appointed as a commissioner. That there's nothing stopping you from continuing to do that. But and in fact, if you go there as a commissioner, nakhona invite in your capacity as a commissioner, obviously your colleagues will know, your chair will know, so that at least this thing is done proper. But it cannot be correct that Commissioner Botha is representing CGE whilst he's on suspension. Okay. Thanks, Commissioner Ngomane.
Thanks, Chair.
Chair, I just wanted to come in on the issue of initiation to say we also are handling it from a different angle as the CGE to protect the young girls and the older women that after every initiation season, the young boys go out on a raping spree, which they call Uguchisa Ifuta. We are organizing ourselves to go there during 16 days of activism. We will be in the OR Tambo district, which is made up of 5 municipalities. We will go to 4 because the one has actually had a saturation of commissioners, of portfolio committee members going there because of the rapes and the 22 people who were killed there, 21 of which were women, and a lot of portfolio committees went. So we will check this, but we will also go to Lusikisiki, which is another hub for women who are being raped. This is such a disturbing situation that young girls get raped because these young men, apparently Kuchisa is basically them test driving their penises. But now they're doing it even go makulu because apparently no, they will see whether they get an erection or not because they have not been intimate with anyone in a long time. It is a grave. It is. Yes, it is a grave matter. We are in the process. We have even got a chief. I don't want to mention his name because he's mobilizing other chiefs that are equally revolted. We will be going down to go and talk to this. But we want to, as the CGE, undertake that campaign to say just as much as corrective rape is not a concept, but rather a rape. Even Uguchisa Ifuta must be declared a rape. So we are going there. Uguchisa Ifuta is a form of rape. It is so bad that Abu Makulu, Kabo 4, 5, they don't sleep in their houses. They go and converge at one home because they believe at least if there's 5, 7, 10 of them, they give each other support. Because when they sleep alone in the house, somebody comes in and rapes them. Young boys coming from initiation. So we will attend to it.
What is this footer for?
Yeah?
I don't know.
Yo, we must go there as a portfolio committee with you guys. You must tell us.
We are waiting for a date, Chair, because the office of the president, the presidency has also expressed an interest to join. So we will, as soon as we have a date, inform all of you. We must put a spotlight on this revolting supposed cultural practice.
Yo.
Sorry to scare you on a Friday afternoon. Commissioner Mazibuku will come in.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon, honorable members. I think let me follow up on the issue of teenage pregnancy. Teenage pregnancy doesn't affect the two boy or a girl. It affects society because it's a family issue. So it should be taken as if even the mother or the grandmother, and taking it further, if a girl is pregnant by the school teacher, parents want to handle it outside and privately to say, and then it's taken away. So, but the effect
will be paid for.
Yes, and how the girl is affected, parents themselves or educators themselves don't look upon to say this child's life has been obstructed. So I think as CGE, we don't look at it as only the boy child and the girl child. And I'm sure all of us have seen this young couple of a 13-year-old boy and a girl who were very proud in social media to say they are the youngest parents. So I think it should be looked at from a family perspective, from the church, from the school, from a challenge to say, now it's fashionable that all the girls should get pregnant. So I think it's a very sensitive issue. We must take it, and it affects all of us. Let me go to Honorable Boni, who has asked us to say, what happens to the data that young people are seen next to clinics, next to police stations looking for data? And I think the Department of Education has taken it upon themselves to ask communication, the Department of Communication, where we're getting data at the lowest issue. Because if Vumatel is giving the information on data, so families around, it is very, very, very cheap, where families should pay not more than 100 rands where the data will be given. And the Department of Education is the custodian. They give children computers, how to use them. So it goes with data. So I think, Honorable Boni, it goes to the Department of Education, it goes to parents, because most of the homes, even at Diepsloot, all of us have the dish. So it is to make all the families aware to say, if you can go and watch TV and have a dish, it is also very important that we have Wi-Fi at homes. So I think that's the language or the message that we should be telling as CGE or as communities, to say that Wi-Fi is needed, because the child cannot go and akukumale mole, go clinic up to 11 or 12 because there's Wi-Fi. So everybody must come and have Wi-Fi from home. But that goes also with the responsibilities to say, what are these children watching? Because if a child has Wi-Fi and is not monitored by parents, then they will be watching something else that is very detrimental to their lives. And I think, Honorable Boni, it is societal issue that we look after our children. Our children are deprived of enjoying their childhood. Can you imagine a 10-year-old being pregnant? So that child cannot know that now is no longer playing with a doll or with a car or with a gun. Now he's playing with a human being in her hands. So we have to go back and try and restore family life and caution our young people to say it's not practical to get into bed. And the adults who give children sweets or 10 rands just to ruin their lives. So it's important. It's not only data, it's not only teenage pregnancy, it is a societal issue that we have to start to talk about it. Thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner Gumede will also come in to respond to a question.
Honorable members. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. I just wanted to comment directly to what Honorable Bonnie Mureko had commented on. Honorable member specifically spoke about the teenage pregnancy report, and you had asked, Guti, what is the following intervention from us as an institution? And what I wanted to just reiterate is that, of course, we are not the South African police, we are not the National Prosecuting Authority. However, I believe that we can, as a result of what our findings were, move on to a secondary or a follow-up report on teenage pregnancy in South Africa, but this time to look at the people who are fathering these children and to make an assessment of the demographical profile of these men, looking specifically at their age, where they come from, and being able to identify those instances in which the pregnancy is in fact unlawful. I'm thankful that Commissioner Ngomane had mentioned the fact that in some instances, these are peers that are having sex with each other. And then there's an unfortunate incident of teenage pregnancy. But the reality also is that these incidences in large numbers are between children and grown men. And so, of course, while we do not have the capacity to operate as the SAPS or the NPA or even the judiciary, what we can do within our power and our ambit and the scope of our mandate is to then trigger within our power and our mandate for us to do, for instance, a calling of a hearing, or to have a monitoring, or to act in accordance with what our power and our scope is, depending on what the data and the information provides. So I don't want to preempt what exactly it is that we would do, but there is an opportunity, Honorable Member, for us to do that follow-up or secondary report where we can really thresh out the details and the information, and then to hold accountable those institutions and departments who have failed to be accountable and have failed to be responsive and even be preventive where they ought to have been. So for instance, why has the SAPS not made the relevant arrests? Why have people who have raped children not been arrested accordingly? So our responsibility is to hold those departments and those institutions accountable. And I think there is an opportunity for us to do that and for us to prioritize that emanating from the result of this report. Thanks.
Thank you,
we are right, Thando. But you know, once we are discussing these issues, what about social development? Because it's one stakeholder department that must come in terms of these issues. I'm not sure what is their role, you see, because Thando, if we are going to concentrate only on good justice, the SAPS, you know, I've been trying to look at our social workers. I don't find them. Your chairperson, I think 3 weeks back, if not, 3 weeks back, if not 2 weeks back, we were dealing with one case. Soweto.
Yes, we can hear you, Chairperson. Mika was disturbing us.
Okay. So
Sorry,
there was one case we were dealing with, Thando, ebuhlungu, where one lady with two or three girls, they went to look for a place to stay. So that man agreed to, he's giving them a place to stay, but rent will be 1,500 and the lady was not having 500, was not having 600, 600.
Yes.
And then he made an agreement with the lady to say, you'll pay me with your girls. So you must allow me to sleep with your girls, have sex with your girls every month, as and when he wants them. You know, I was asking myself that, you know, there are many things that are happening out there that we don't know. And I left that issue, that matter with your chairperson. I'm not sure whether they were able to get social workers to go and take that family away from that home and place them in the place of safety. Because, you know, that man also, it is alleged that he's an every day, rape madoda.
Yes, serial killer.
Yes. But let me tell you, he's out there in our communities and it's known, and nobody is arresting that man. So, you know, every day I think of social development. What is social development? Commissioner Ngoman, what is social development do? Yeah, when you are an activist of men, what, but your men out there are raping women, making them to pay their rent by having sex with them. And then you must engage Ngomane kule matter.
Yes, I'll do such.
But thanks for your response also from yourself and Sisnoma Sondo. Naidu.
Yes, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee.
How are you?
How are
The
you?
last time I saw you is when we were at the summit.
Yes,
David.
Chairperson.
I must tell them you represented them very well.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay.
Chairperson, if I may just add a comment through you, Chairperson. I just want to refer to the comments made by Honorable Sharif. Good afternoon, Honorable members. Firstly, I just addressed the Chairperson and I forgot about you guys. My manners today. Honorable Sharif, you raised issues surrounding SAPS monitoring, court monitoring, DNA and NPA. Honorable, I just want to say to you that these monitorings is being given adequate attention, and please do not hold us accountable for the wrongs of the past. I can assure you, as chairperson of the legal committee, we have looked at our monitoring tools, we have revised them. Recently, we undertook oversight of correctional services, and we are aligning ourselves in terms of disability, the LGBTQIA+. And we're not just looking at, when we did our correctional services, we never just looked at things from the inmate perspective, but we also looked at it from the staff perspective. With the NPA, we are holding them accountable. The most recent accountability was mentioned by our acting CEO of the case of Sabelo Buthelezi, which was withdrawn 72 hours ago. Today, the Commission for Gender Equality received feedback that matter is going to be re-enrolled. Summons has been issued against the perpetrator to appear in court on the 20th of November. So insofar as holding the institutions accountable, we are making headway. We have now found our feet as the new cohort of commissioners, and we are really making inroads where there was inefficiency or lack of monitoring. I agree with you, only reaching a portion of our target is not a very good sign. However, let's look to the future. And I can assure you from that perspective, we are monitoring. And when you look at the reports that will come out, you will be pleasantly surprised and also happy with the views and the approach that we have taken and the new blood that we have brought to the commission. Thank you for that, Chairperson.
I'm confident that you'll put that. I'm very much impressed with your acting CEO. And you don't just get those comments, give me for free. I'm a very thorough person. When I say it, it means it's like that. But thank you very much. I'm very confident that you are going to do your utmost best in changing the wrong perceptions about CGE out there. And it's because people don't know that you are a new cohort of commissioners and with great minds and innovation. And already, I can see we have started with a lot of things that we are doing. That's why I'm saying to you, don't underestimate or undermine the work that you're doing. You are doing a lot. We know. We check you. Never think that we don't monitor what you are doing out there. You see, even Gomane, I saw that pamphlet. Every time, everything that you're doing, we check on you. Sister Masonto, she knows. I call her at 12 midnight. She can tell you, when there are things. So it's important, because if I call you at that time and you are not in the line of duty that time, it means what? It's not for free. You are still at work. But thank you very much for all the work that you have done so far.
Chair.
Masiko?
I'm just reminded when you are mentioning the presence of Commissioner Naidu. I think we met during the August 9 celebrations, which were in KwaMashu. And she did represent the commission very well, because she was part and parcel of the program and speakers of the day. And I'm just adding, Chairperson, in terms of the words that you've passed of appreciation, because it shows in terms of presence that commissioners are really on the ground and they are working. And it's the change, Chairperson, that we're eagerly looking forward to as this portfolio committee, because it shows that they are not a commission at sleep. There are challenges, yes, but in terms of presence and a turnaround, Chairperson, it does look positive. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. Over to you, Chair.
Maybe just to round off, just to assure the committee, on the 4th of July, I think, yes, 4th of July, we had it was 4th of June. July, actually. We had what we call a global family meeting of the CGE family, where we called everybody on the 5th, yes, on the 5th. Yes, where we called everybody, all the staff members and everybody, and we got into one big hall and we said, what is it that you are not happy about? What is it that we're happy about? We obviously ended up with a long list of what people are not happy about. We have drawn up a template and are attending to some of those things that people were saying they're not happy about. We have followed up that meeting in the last 2 days. Honorable Sharifa, that is why you could not get me or Commissioner Naidu. We were in a follow-up meeting where we are sorting out some of those things. But the good thing about yesterday's meeting was that we became very honest and very upfront with our expectations of the staff of the CGE. And we made it clear that gone are the days when CGE staff members actually think, it's going to be business as usual. And we are particularly energized because when you look, half of the people who are here now are new people. And when you look at the legal team, for example, excellent new people who have come in, new energy, young lawyers, mostly female lawyers. I think it's just 1 or 2 out of the 9. The research team as well, young research women who are there, raring to go, understanding issues. So we are excited and we're energized even after yesterday, saying to people, you have not come here to pension, you have not come here to sleep. The mandate is huge. It's the biggest mandate in all the Chapter 9. So we're counting on you to make the difference. Thanks, Chair. Chair, about the handbook. The handbook is done. You will be pleased to know. But we took the extra step of actually asking someone on a pro bono basis from the Ethics Association, I just forget what the name of the organization is, to actually look at it to confirm that the standards that we are putting there are in line with the ethical standards that are expected for us to uphold. We have also given it to one of the people who are on our panel of lawyers, Libya attorneys, to say, can you also look at it to double check that it makes sense in terms of some of the legal do's and don'ts that we have put in the handbook. So we're just ready. Commissioners have also looked at it, including the new some of the new commissioners, despite us having said, no, we will not give them an opportunity because it will take us far. So we are done with it. We are just going to be presenting it at the next plenary, which is happening on the 27th, 28th of October to finalize and ratify, and then we will be presenting it to yourselves. So it's history now, it's done.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairperson. You see, Dr. Tembe is agreeing with me with the accolades to say, surely the acting CEO is the right thing. So he wrote to me, says, Chair, the fact that he has made a diagnosis, analysis of the institution for quite some time, it shows that even when he was presenting, Mina, scrutinize too much. I was looking at him with the he has got that compassion, dedication, and commitment to do things right. So, was put CEO. But let me comment also CFO, she has improved from the previous meeting. Today, I'm impressed. Now you are getting there. Next time, yeah, I agree we need to be fair and honest and tell you, as and when we assess a performance institution, are there changes or we are still battling to do your work, So, but thank you very much for the work that you have done so far. I'm not sure whether CFO now was supposed to respond in terms of finances. Chairperson?
Yes, it was just the issue of the 9.1 of consultants about what they are doing, and then the 1 million rand irregular expenditure around attorneys. That one, I actually, if the CEO will allow me to take it, and then he'll deal with the other one because it's more political than finance. Honorable members, we have got a panel of attorneys that are on our database that we appoint on a 3-year cycle. So what has happened is the people that we appointed were based on their different expertise, where we would request people who have got expertise in contract, people who've got expertise in labor, etc. And what has now happened is, based on the issues that came out of the organization, based on whether it's contracts, whether it's fraud, whether it's this or that, we focused on a certain number or on certain types of skills and expertise from the lawyers on the panel. The AG then turns around and says, no, you have not used all of them. You are supposed to be rotating them. So we are in an engagement with the AG where we are denying that we are not going to rotate these lawyers. We are going to go to the lawyers with the skills that we need at that point in time. They are basically suggesting, that we even if somebody says I'm labor, if we've got fraud, we must go for them. We will lose cases. In fact, honorable members, we have had very unpleasant experiences where in Mpumalanga, the acting CEO had to run and intervene on our behalf because we were phoned to say there is a mess about to happen and you've got a good case. And he had to intervene, the current CEO. The same thing happened in Eastern Cape, where the CEO even had to ask Commissioner Naidu to come in and help with a basic development of an affidavit from some of our witnesses. The quality was very, very poor that those lawyers we had appointed. So we are engaging with them, and we are adamant that we are not going to go and call a brain surgeon to come and open a heart. They are the ones who need to understand. At no stage does the PFMMA say you must rotate them on an equal basis or something like that. They say if there are 9 cases, all 9 must have gotten an opportunity, and we're saying no. Over and above that, they are saying when we call the 9 for an expression of interest or the few of them to take up a matter, we must also call on those who are cheapest. We tried it in the Eastern Cape. They were dead cheap. We knew we were asking for trouble. We got the trouble. And we're saying dead cheap, you will get dead cheap quality outputs. So we are discussing with them to try and show each other reason, because they want to make it like legal expertise is a goods rather than a service. It's not sweets, but rather, the quality of sugar. Thank you. I'll just let the CFO come in there.
Thank you, Chairperson. You have covered it well. And just on my side to add to that, we have engaged with both Treasury as well as AG. And at this point in time, we're just waiting for as we've received this morning, the inputs from AG that we're supposed to attach when we resubmit to OCPO. Then when they respond, that is when we'll then resolve this matter, because OCPO was understanding how we are managing it and how we're doing it. But it's just the classification that we're not agreeing on with AG. And on the 1.9 million of consultancy fees, as I've explained during the presentation, it is part of the core sourced internal audit activities that are being performed by the companies that we appoint as when there's a need, since we do not have capacity internally. We only have one person. In the past, we used to have 2, the chief audit executive as well as the internal auditor. It was not sufficient for our scope as well as their plan, because it's a detailed plan that is approved by the Audit and Risk Committee on an annual basis. So others are those systems related support that we get. We're using the Sage financial system, and we do not have the expertise internally. We get the necessary support from them, and then they charge us for those consultancy fees, same as with the leave management system. We also have the HR system called Premier that they are busy working on. So all those consulting fees, they being charged on the said vote. And we would be able to provide a report should it be needed, where we provide a breakdown of all this cost incurred for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CFO. I think, Chair, what CFO has just responded to now, while she was presenting the report, I heard her. It's only that Honorable Sheriff was saying to us, we need to be consistent, because with the department, we're asking them about consultants, but why are they hiring consultants from 19 this time, they were having 37. We're not saying you don't have to, but we are saying try your level best not to hire consultants even for the work that you are able to do in the institution. Sometimes there are officials who just lazy to do their work, and people getting paid for work, but they don't want to do their work. They want other people to do their work. You can, coming to this issue, of saying, you must compare prices and then take the lowest in whatever. No, even myself, I'm disagreeing with that, because sometimes other service providers, they will quote you cheap, and when they quote you cheap, even the service that they are going to provide is the size of the amount you have paid them. So you need to be rational when you choose I'm a consultant that that they will deliver a quality service, something that will benefit the institution. The thing of pricing and vis-a-vis the quality of delivery of a service, it's important. That something that you need to look at, and not just appoint ngoba to kufanele prices kufanele uthathe the lowest. No, it must not be like that. You can appoint consultants where you see that it's necessary, so that you get the desired results, and you are able tomorrow to say, we have done what was supposed to be done at the right time. Unlike what we were querying in the Department of Women. So don't feel like maybe a portfolio committee will say, Siba hire consultants. But for instance, if I can make an example, I know for the fact that when you advertised for senior management positions, you hire a consultant company that does those things, but you can't hire a consultant for junior positions where you can appoint a committee, a panel within the institution, and then you deal with those positions at a lower level. So it's on those bases that we are discouraging in terms of consultants. But thank you very much for the work that we are doing. At least this year, I haven't seen my name on the newspapers on Sundays, because you have been on newspapers now as a popular and the famous putting big newspaper every Sundays. Bengazi ukuthi City Press makuze Sunday ngizobona isithombe sami. So at least now portfolio committee integrity yayo ne-dignity institution yethu, at least it's being restored. You are doing your level best. Keep up the good work. The things that we said need to go back and fix them. Go fix them. CEO, we wish you good luck. At least this time I'm not worried. I can sleep now. because when you don't know this time I want to appoint abantu to act, we don't sleep. Uyacabanga every day ukuthi I wonder lo muntu wabo bamfakile uzoyenzani. Leyo uza ngayiphi problem ike manje. But at least this time we can relax as a portfolio committee. It's true that Tuesday we were very hard with the AG's office with what they were presenting to us regarding CGE, and that's why even today I'm very happy that things are clarified, and I'm sure Nani, some of the issues that have been prolonged for a very long time now, you will finalize them and start a new slate, a clean CFO, make sure that those things that are outstanding that needed to be attended to with yourself, acting CEO, they must be done as soon as possible. If it means you'll have to come back to the portfolio committee as soon as you're done, don't wait for us to call you. Just chairperson, talk to me or write to Neliswa. We will try our level best to accommodate you so that you tell us, what is it that we have done with those things, and so that we adopt that report, as soon as possible. But thank you very much, and have a good weekend. If you're right, we'll say it. But you are right. You're doing well. We will give you credit and commend you. And when there are things are not done right, we'll comment. We'll comment, and we'll lesson you. We'll ask you questions that will make you very uncomfortable, Tando. That's how we do our work. We'll ask you questions that will make you very uncomfortable. But it's not in bad faith. It's for the good of the organization and for you to learn more on how government does things, and so that tomorrow you'll apply for another position, and we won't hesitate to recommend you, because we know you from CGE. So far, thank you very much. Enjoy your weekend.
Chair, before you drop, I just want to say Van der Merwe is being shy today, but she's running around crisscrossing Eastern Cape. With Commissioner Van der Merwe, we will present a more fuller detail, but she is very busy on the ground in the Eastern Cape. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. In fact, where's Van der Merwe? Yeah, thank you very much. Have a nice weekend.
Have a nice weekend.
Thank you, honorable members.
Yeah, thank you very much, honorable members. The meeting is adjourned. Next week meeting is physically in Cape Town at the same place at 9:30. 8:30? 9:30? Nelly?
9:30.
Yes.
8:30. No, it's 8:30, Chair, because we're going to start with the researchers' presentation and the content advice.
Oh, okay. You can't make a meeting. God will be traveling anyway Monday. But I thought that we can have that meeting Monday evening. So I travel Cape Town. Okay, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much. Have a nice weekend.
Long live the chair. Thank you, Chair.
Oh,
long live the chair.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Bye.